Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first hearing for the inquiry into the integrity of the New South Wales Biodiversity Offsets Scheme. This inquiry is examining a range of issues, including the effectiveness of the scheme to halt or reverse the loss of biodiversity, the administration and regulation of the scheme, and the use of offsets for major projects. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which the Parliament sits. I also acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands from which all meeting participants join us today. I pay my respect to the elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal people. Today's hearing is being conducted virtually. This enables the work of the committee to continue during the COVID-19 pandemic without compromising the health and safety of members, witnesses and staff. If participants lose their internet connection and are disconnected from the virtual hearing, they're asked to rejoin the hearing by using the same link as provided by the committee secretariat. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness can only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days of receipt of the transcript. Today's proceedings are being streamed live and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. A recording of the proceedings will also be placed on the New South Wales Parliament's YouTube page. Finally, a few notes on virtual hearing etiquette to minimise disruptions and assist our Hansard reporters. Can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to, and could I ask everyone to please state their name when they begin speaking? Could everyone please mute their microphones when they're not speaking, and members and witnesses please avoid speaking over each other so we can all be heard clearly. I now welcome our first witnesses. Could each witness, starting with, could each witness please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I'll start with you, please, Ms. Pello.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Belinda Pello, and I'm currently the Acting President of the New South Wales Ecological Consultants Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, is it Mr. Lothian or Lothian? Could you please state your full name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Hi, my name's Andrew Lothian. I'm currently the Treasurer of the Ecological Consultants Association in New South Wales. And my affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, would you do both of you have a short opening statement, or is this just one of you making a short opening statement for the committee? Mr. Lothian.
Yes, it will be me, Belinda Pello.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Pello. I
That's
thought
okay.
you put your hand up. Thank you. Go.
Yeah, we do have an opening statement.
Excellent.
So yes, thank you very much for inviting us to address the committee relating to our submission to the integrity of the New South Wales BOS. A bit of background: the Ecological Consultants Association is the principal professional body in New South Wales representing consultants who provide ecological services to industry and government under various state and Commonwealth legislation instruments. Professional members of the ECA are sole traders, small business owners and individual employees who work under a code of ethics and who may also be certified by the ECA for high quality and reputable work. ECA members are well placed to provide comment on the BOS, as we are on the coalface of implementing its policies and regulations, and we are aware of the issues that have arisen in its application. The ECA submission addresses issues with the integrity of the BOS commonly raised by our members. Our members believe that many of these issues may have been avoided with adequate testing of the system prior to its introduction and through adequate consultation with practitioners. The system has in fact been trialled live by our members, often at additional cost to our businesses, but without the opportunity to provide meaningful feedback to improve the system. 5 years on, and clients are now footing the bill for issues that remain unresolved. Our submission reflects on the terms of reference for this inquiry. For example, ECA believed that approval of projects impacting habitat for the critically endangered honeyeater or any project removing hollows for the vulnerable superb parrot provide good examples of how the BOS does not currently facilitate the halting or reversing of biodiversity loss, nor do the Biodiversity Conservation Act variation rules, such as one that allows for a threatened orchid to be offset with a threatened non-orchid plant species. We also believe the BOS is hampered in its ability to prevent biodiversity loss by the failure to release supporting guidelines and maps required under the Act and its regulations. We have no issue with the role of the Trust in administering offsets, but they may need changes to the regulation to address their capacity to cost-effectively meet their offset obligations. We also have see no reason for major projects to be required not to use the scheme. We believe there are issues relating to non-additionality in offset prices, a lack of certainty around the scheme, partly due to ever-changing goalposts as a result of the scheme being launched prior to rigorous testing, is causing a major barrier to entry for landholders. Combine this with the option for clients to acquit their offset obligations via the Trust and get on with their projects before offsets are secured, means we are currently seeing a major shortfall in biodiversity being offset, whilst development proceeds risk-free, that risk now often being borne by the Trust. As an association that represents many small business operators, we hope to explain the ramifications of the current BOS has on small business and their relationships with clients, and point out some of the issues directly jeopardising the integrity of the scheme. In doing so, our aim is to help improve the function of the BOS going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We were just going to have questions kind of reasonably kind of free-forming before members. I'll just start very quickly just with one or two. So is it your view that the biodiversity offset scheme, as it operates at the moment, and the outcomes as a result of its operation is resulting in no net loss of biodiversity in New South Wales? Ms. Pello?
No, we would not be of that opinion. We, as the system is currently operating, we believe that there is a loss of biodiversity.
And is that, so the intention of the scheme, so therefore it's not acting according to the intention of which it was set up. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's our belief, yes.
So the biodiversity offset scheme is based on avoid, minimise, offset, that hierarchy. Do you think that hierarchy is being used in practice? And are there any kind of, I know you've got some recommendations in here, but it does seem like avoid, for example, and minimise. Is that?
In terms of avoid and minimise, I think the scheme does attempt to facilitate that. So its aim is to encourage developers, say, to avoid and therefore minimise impact, in that the consequences of not avoiding are greater in theory than if they do avoid. I think one of the I think the flaw perhaps is about offsetting and offsetting like for like. Don't think there are many people who have done a lot of work in understanding offsetting and whether or not it actually does function to protect biodiversity and enhance it. Would agree that offsetting in its current form is doing that.
Is there the situation then, therefore, in New South Wales, say in Western Sydney and Cumberland Plain woodland, is there the situation that at the moment, say with major projects, that they're being approved with offset obligations that just simply can't be met anymore? And therefore, it's the case that they're putting money, they're therefore paying money into the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, and it's unable to meet those obligations to genuinely offset the loss of Cumberland Plain woodland. Is that Mr. Lothian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't work in Sydney, but this has come up in some of the meetings that I've been attending with the Biodiversity Conservation Trust recently. And I mean, the scheme is essentially economic and works off supply and demand. And at some point, there will not be any green areas to supply offsets in Western Sydney. Particularly when developments are being approved, and if obligations for offsetting are acquitted via the trust, you've approved the development prior to actually locking up or securing any of those offsets. And at some point, there will be no availability of those offsets. And I think that's one of the major issues with the scheme, is that there aren't thresholds in place whereby you say, okay, once this critically endangered ecological community or species gets to this point, we will no longer accept any offsetting of that species. You know, you have to use avoid.
So with with Cumberland Plain woodland, for example, surely we're kind of almost at that point, aren't we? That we've got Southwest Growth Centre, for example, that is going to clear and clearing a lot of Cumberland Plain woodland. We've seen major transport projects. So we're almost at that point that there's kind of that's the issue. They're offsetting places that are already protected. So it's resulting in an extraordinary net loss of a critically endangered ecological community, Mr. Lothian. That this is what the scheme is enabling.
Yeah, and that I think is the key to our concerns with this, in that, and that sort of goes to the underlying way that offsetting works, is that even if you take the scheme as a one-for-one offset of what you're removing, there are multipliers which mean that's not the case. But essentially, we will accept the law. You know, if you look at one-to-one, then over time we will lose 50% of what we have now, while the other 50% is put in to offset the other 50% we're taking out. So I can't see that as a net gain.
Yes, thank you. I'll go to questions from the opposition. Ms. Penny Sharp.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission. It's actually very helpful. Look, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions, and it's really about, I mean, you're very critical, and I think rightly so, of the system was put in place really without the sort of testing that needed to be happened to set it up to be rigorous. But obviously, as a result of that, there's kind of been this real life testing that's exposed all of those issues. And I'm, what are the key things? I mean, you kind of allude to these, but if we're going to go back and have a look at the system, I suppose my first question is, do you believe that there should be an offsetting system altogether, or do you think that that's just it can't work? But then my questions really are, what are the key things, and I know you touch on these in your submission, but what are the key things you think that would immediately make a difference in terms of improving the system?
a difficult question to answer in the time we've been given today. There are issues with the scheme, and yes, there are underlying issues with offsetting. Do I think that we shouldn't be putting aside areas of native vegetation and restoring them? No, I think there's still a place to do that, and there was always, even prior to this scheme coming in, there were offsetting was part of how we managed impact assessment. There were just a number of different pathways that you could go through, whether it be informal offsetting or biobanking and BBAM prior to this scheme being brought in. I think the issues really come down to supporting documentation, which is still lacking 5 years down the track here.
So sorry, can I just get you to sort of just unpack that a bit for us? So, I mean, one of the things I just say that you both are experts in this area, and committee members are very interested in this, but we're not across the detail of how this works. So it would be very helpful if you could just sort of explain what actually the process and the supporting documentation, just unpack the issues for that, because I think it's very important.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally a fauna ecologist, so with all the range of fauna species that you've got to look for across the state, some of these, some are fairly general, like woodland birds are all the same method, but then for each other species, there might be nuances for the survey techniques that rely on various research that's been done on those species, some of which is lacking. And others just haven't been synthesized into the survey guidelines. Now, I mean, as ecological consultants or as a fauna consultant, we're still operating generally off the draft survey guidelines that were produced by DEC back in 2004, I think.
So they're still draft since 2004?
Yeah, they were never finalised.
Right.
But there are bits of information are being fed into I guess the threatened biodiversity data collection and the background to the BAM calculator. That sort of stuff is being fed in there now, but it's still patchy, and the other issue is that you get it changing mid-project. So some of these projects involve surveys for animals over a period of a whole year, and midway through the project, you find that the months that you're allowed to survey for something have changed, or the requirements for how much survey effort is needed, or the let's say the buffer zones around certain things change midway through the project. We're still missing stringent koala survey guidelines. So every project that comes up, you have to apply to the department to get confirmation of what survey effort they require for a project. At the moment,
it's just not a standard set. So when you're going looking for koalas, there's not sort of standard guidelines. You just have to go to the department and sort of see what they've got. Is that how it works?
I mean, look, as a fauna ecologist, you would have an idea yourself about the various survey methodologies that are appropriate, but it's the determination of how much of which survey efforts does the department require to sufficiently support that that species may not be in the landscape. Like, how much evidence do you want before you're going to say, yes, we're happy that you've surveyed and that species is not there? That's the part that's lacking. It's not so much the methodologies, it's how much survey you are required to do. And I mean, we need that information before the project starts, just to cost how often we're going to be on site. So we've got things like the koala survey guidelines that are missing. It's obviously an important species that the government want to look after. And then from the plant side of things, which Belinda could probably speak to, resources such as PlantNet, which tell us, provide keys to keying out plant species and let us know which plant species actually exist or what have been split. That resource isn't properly funded, and I don't think that's been finished or it's not updated. Belinda might be able to speak more to that.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, the issue with PlantNet it's correct. It's an absolutely crucial resource because just about everything that in the BOS operates on an understanding of the vegetation, even the fauna and the fauna habitat. And it's hosted by the New South Wales Herbarium, and it's been there for a long time. But the keys, without going into a lot of detail, which we use to determine what plants we have, which we then use to determine the community we're in, are 20 years out of date, some of them. And that's something that we as an association have been trying to communicate with the department for quite a while. I mean, they have resources to do the barest minimum there. They just keep their head above water, and really that resource is used every day across New South Wales by many consultants. And the key allows you to determine your plant, but when you open the key and there's 20 species in the key, and across the top there's another 20 that haven't been incorporated into the key, you know, you're in a bit of trouble unless you are already relatively experienced. So that is, yes, true. And the other thing that I'd like to...
Excuse me,
yes.
Ms. Pillow, could you explain what you mean by the key?
Oh, yeah. So when we go out into the field and we're looking at hundreds of plants, we collect them, and then we bring them back often to a laboratory, and using a microscope and what are called dichotomous keys. So they're descriptive keys that explain the characteristics of plants, and they allow you to determine what particular species you've collected. This, for botanists who are experienced, they know a lot of plants already, but when you're dealing with the detail around whether or not you've collected a threatened plant species, and the difference between it being threatened or not is the particular type of hairs it has on it, or other, you know, small sort of characteristics. You need the key. You need a key that explains the character and helps you to pick and work your way towards the species you have. And those keys were once published in a big 4-volume set, The Flora of New South Wales. That information is now online as part of PlantNet, and so we can access those keys online whenever we need to, but they're not up to date.
Thank you.
I've just got one.
Okay, then you go. Sorry, no. You
so
go.
I just got one more. I just got one more, and then sorry, Justin, just one more for me. I mean, this is I mean, working with out-of-date guidelines, not actually having the foundational documents you need to actually do a proper plan is a pretty serious matter. What, in terms of your interaction with the various departments, but the department that obviously, you know, that modifies the scheme, I mean, do you have sort of formal advisory groups that are actually saying this, or is it just that you advocate, or like, what is the mechanism that you are consulted in relation to these issues?
So the mechanism has been, the association has been in place for over 20 years, and the mechanism is primarily a mechanism of us writing to and approaching the department. We are at times given access to documents to review, in particular with the Biodiversity Conservation Act and with the BOS. We were provided, but at a very late stage. A lot of conclusions and decisions had already been made. As an association, we've written many letters to the department and to the minister, and I'd say maybe 2 years ago, we finally got some traction, and we had meetings organised every 3 months to discuss, to raise issues with the department to help improve the system. But that sort of has faded away again, and we've approached them yet again to get these meetings up and running again, but we've had no success. So it's not the relationship is better than it was, and we do now get sometimes guidelines to review when they go to the public. You know, they ask us to review them, but it could definitely be better. And if you don't mind, one other thing I'd like to just raise is one of the resources that is seriously lacking is the native vegetation regulatory maps, especially the category 1 and 2 maps. At the moment, they're not, I understand they are prepared, but they are not made available. And category 1 and 2 lands are applicable to the rural sector. And at the moment, consultants who are asked to go out and assess an area don't have those maps to determine whether or not they're on Category 1 or Category 2 lands. And Category 1 lands are lands which can be self-assessed by the property owner. Category 2A is also missing. And those things, yeah, that is a really quite a serious missing resource, and there are a lot of things we could say around that and the ability of people to assess their properties, but primarily the issue there.
Thank you, Ms. Pillar. Yes, quite a few submissions did make note of that as well. I'm going to move to crossbench member, Mr. Justin Field.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your attendance today, both of you. I'm not sure who's best to answer this question, but I'm also the chair of a separate inquiry that's looking into the proposal to raise the Warragamba Dam wall, and you've made some comments in your submission about the work on the biodiversity assessment report for that project. And just a quote from your submission, you say, "We note that the accredited assessor who produced the BDAR was asked to change their assessment to downplay the impacts on the project on biodiversity loss relating to a critically endangered species." And you mention further that the fact there has been no thorough investigation into this is concerning. It's concerning to me to see that in your submission. I was wondering if you could expand on that and whether or not there's been any updates since your submission. I note, of course, the final EIS is now out for public consultation.
Yeah, I mean, this simply comes from a conversation with the consultant concerned, but I mean, we haven't had a chance to raise the issue with the department. The consultant concerned said that they raised it with the department, put in a formal issue. But since we haven't had our 3 monthly meetings with the department, we haven't been able to raise it with them as to whether this has been followed up on and what the outcomes of that were. So I really don't have any more information than what I've put in the submission there, unfortunately, and I'd probably have to direct you to the department to see what the outcomes of their investigation were.
Okay, that's understandable. You also mentioned it's an example of the offset scheme being manipulated for political purposes. Do you have other examples where that's happened? And I assume that you're talking primarily here about major projects that are government projects, whether they be, major infrastructure, roads, or the like.
I think the biggest issue with the Warragamba Dam project sort of comes back to that no net loss thing. And if we're dealing with a critically endangered species that has, a handful or 3 key breeding areas known for it across New South Wales and Victoria, and this one could be a fourth known site. Remove, any project that removes that one of the last 4 known breeding areas for that species surely is not applying the no net loss principle, and that regardless of whether the proponent be government or otherwise, there probably needs to be a little bit more work on the avoid side of things than going to offsetting on an issue like this. As far as government use of the scheme goes, I don't see any reason why government projects aren't subject to the same offsetting obligation. I mean, the idea of the scheme now is that everyone, regardless of the size of the development, is thrown into the same scheme alongside each other. Whereas, in the past, a lot of private residential developments might have sort of been considered small enough to fly under the radar. Now they're all thrown into the same scheme if they meet the entry threshold. Now, whether those entry thresholds are appropriate or not is another thing. But I consider the issue with Warragamba Dam not to be so much an issue with the government, but the issue around this is a critically endangered species with very limited breeding habitat, and this probably should be avoided rather than offset.
And you're talking about the region honey eater there, I should.
Yeah.
That's useful. I do have a question about the BCT. You make comments about limiting how, what level of project should be able to go to the BCT to offset their obligations here. And you highlight the develop now, offset later approach, and the fact that just 20% of the obligations that have been taken on by the BCT have been actually acquitted in the first 5 years of the scheme. I mean, obviously they can't acquit things immediately in some instances, and in some instances you want to sort of get the efficiencies of combining different offset obligations to make really strategic purchases. So what do you think is a suitable time frame?
Well, they themselves, when this first came in, their aim was to operate at a net even over 5-year period. So any obligations that they've taken on over a rolling 5-year period, they should be able to acquit. But the issue here 5 years down the track is that there is very little land being put up for stewardship. It's not a case of them not economically achieve. They're not seeing credits out there and choosing not to buy them. There aren't credits for them to buy. So as development continues and the obligations are passed to the trust, the process of actually producing one of these stewardship sites is incredibly costly and incredibly complex, and it's become more complex as the trust who's administering it has realised, oh, we need to include this, we need to include this. You have contingencies on contingencies on contingencies to ensure that you're producing the amount of biodiversity gain that issued you with credits now. You have to make sure you're going to meet that gain in 20 years. So the amount of contingencies that have to be costed into this to make sure I guess you're trying to avoid that risk of not meeting that. And it's so incredibly complex that landholders are just balking at the cost of the assessment to start with, let alone their obligations over the next 20 years.
Okay, thank you. Go for it, Chair.
Can I just check whether I might just go to government members? I just want to see, Ms. Cusack, do you have any questions at this stage? I can't, maybe not.
Chair, I've got a question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Could I just go back to Ms. Pello? And I was just concerned about your discussion in your opening statement about, and Ms. Sharp picked up on this too, about the testing having not been properly done initially. Could you go into that a little bit more and explain exactly what you think should have been done before, obviously, the scheme was implemented?
Well, yeah, I think that I would say that they didn't engage enough with the people who were already working out in the field, in the industry, and who had knowledge that they could contribute to make the system more practical and to alert them to issues that would have been foreseen by, I mean, I'm speaking from a point of view of our members. Again, we're the people who go out and have to use the regulations and the policies and interpret the Act. So I would say, yes, if they had engaged us more in the initial process, we wanted to be engaged. We attempted to be engaged, but we were not engaged. And so I would say that. Testing it, I think, such a complicated system. Testing of the actual credit system, I think that should have been done and wasn't. In terms of the actual assessment methods and how they're carried out, there was already information available about that they were utilising to improve their method. But I just think I think there should have been more consultation and a better testing of the actual credit system. What's your opinion there, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, considering, I don't know about Belinda, but I know for every project that I've worked on, there's a new issue that comes up, whether it be a missing link in the background database that means you can't select something that you need to. I mean, those are sort of ministerial issues, I guess. But there are a lot of holes, or where assumptions need to be made. But if we're trying to, this is a standardized system to be applied across the board, and without real clarity on all of these little nuances, you're individually applying to the support to get a response, and then they're giving you a call. So they're not giving you a written response that you can, I guess, take as gospel and then pass on to other consultants to use as well. But, if they'd simply taken on, okay, let's try a development project with this system, and let's try an offset site with this system, just even doing one of these, and you may be doing it at an upper level for a major project, maybe doing one at a small level for a house being built on a bush block. If you'd done just a couple of these to start with, you'd have a very good idea of the obvious issues that would come up straight away.
I just sorry, I'll just jump in with sorry, Ben, did you have another one? Okay, I've just wanted to talk about some of the, obviously there's been a couple of stories in The Guardian in relation to potential, I mean, it almost looks like insider trading in some ways, that the people are doing the assessments and then they're also part of a consortium, or they have ownership in certain land, which happens to become the offset for the properties that they do the assessment on, and they are making a fair bit of money out of that. Firstly, I would be very keen to know what you think about that, whether you think that this is going on. Clearly it seems to be, and whether, firstly, if there are any other examples and what needs to be done to stop this from happening. Is it an issue of concern within the industry, and what needs to be done to stop it? Ms. Pello, might go with you first.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yes. Yeah, the association is aware of this, and we were not surprised by the article in The Guardian. There are some processes that could potentially, I guess, be altered to make it harder for someone to be a BAM certified assessor and also be able to access insider information, I suppose, in terms of access to the department and so on. How much of an issue is it? I guess it is an issue. It's not ethical, and that's an issue. But in terms of biodiversity and loss or gain of biodiversity, it's there are other things, that I think are more important. For instance, the acceptance of the reality that there are some communities like the Cumberland Plain woodland that should be a no-go area now. It just should be a no-go area, as Andrew said, so, and that they should be looking at the whole process is focused on threatened species and threatened ecological communities primarily, but that there should be a process that's starting to address other communities that we're losing before they get to that state. But yeah, I mean, it is an issue, and we are aware of it. Yeah, I don't know.
Mr. Lothian?
Yeah, I mean, this sort of goes back to the idea underlying this scheme is putting a dollar value on native vegetation. And when you do that, you create, I guess the idea of the scheme is to create financial incentive for landholders to protect native vegetation on their properties. In doing that, and this has sort of been raised by our insurers at this point, is that we now, a lot of the sort of public liability insurers are starting to see that maybe we need to be considered as operating in the financial industry, because the decisions that we're making are now, either costing people money or generating people money. And I think you'll find that a great deal of ecological consultants out there have no experience in the financial industry. I mean, I have an economics background from university level, but that's about it. But it at least allows me to understand the economic drivers behind the scheme. But that whole fundamental thing of, if you have native vegetation on your property, here's a financial incentive to protect it. People don't do that unless they're going to make a profit out of it. You can get money for protecting that vegetation on your property, but if that's going to be a loss because of the management costs associated with that, well, there's no way that you do it. It's only if you're going to make a profit off the arrangement. You've got to put in all your time to pay the consultant to do the assessment in the first place, and then you can't use that land for other purposes in future, so you've got the opportunity costs there. All these need to be taken into account with the cost of the credits that you're going to generate on the land and receive. And then you've got the management obligations for the next 20 years and into perpetuity. You need to make sure you're at least meeting those costs. And I think this is one of the underlying schemes with the trust not being able to acquit their obligations is any landholder out there who's entering into this scheme at the moment is going to be, a new entrant into this market. And, people will expect high risk, high rewards. So people are going for large risk margins in terms of what they want to offer their credits up for sale at, which, might be beyond what the trust can purchase at the moment. And this is coming back to the issue of the trust actually being able to cost how much it would cost to generate credits and how much it would cost for them to acquire credits. When a client goes to acquit their obligations via the trust has to give them a costing of, well, we think it would cost us this much to buy these credits and retire them. Trying to estimate those costs is phenomenally difficult when you have no idea what risk margins people are willing to accept to enter into the scheme.
Mr. Lothian, can you just take a step back? With suddenly it seems like we're doing an inquiry into the stock market, and not a biodiversity. So when you're suggesting high risk, a landholder is doing something high risk, can you give us an example of what you're referring to? Just talk us through what that is and what that means.
High risk simply referring to the amount of investment on their behalf to enter into stewardship as compared to, or even the cost of not. So, say someone in Western Sydney owns a large block of land which has reasonable timber on it. They have two options. They can either put that up for stewardship and all the costs that go along with that, but they could also sell that to a developer. Now, the amount of money they would get to sell that to a developer in Western Sydney, where land is becoming harder and harder and harder to get, well, the risk of them putting their land up for stewardship and generating credits means that in future, they might have a steady income of, say, $100,000 worth of management costs over the next 20 years, but they might be able to make 40 million off the block of land now for selling it to a developer. So there's a large risk in terms of, that and the fact that a lot of people think this scheme's just going to fall apart. But there is a concern that, well, what if I put my site up for stewardship, but then no one wants those credits? I've spent a lot of cost. I've got all these credits, but if no one wants to buy them, I've still got to manage the land. I still can't use the land for other purposes. I can't sell it to a developer. So there are risks involved with this, with entering into this scheme as a landholder.
Okay, Mr. Field's got a question. I'll have another one too. We'll just go around and see if other people have questions too. Mr. Field?
Thank you, Chair. Just on that, the issue of the cost of doing it, and also the BCT obviously needs to estimate the costs. There's currently a review of how this transition of the calculator across to the BCT is going to work. I mean, in part, I think it seems to be because the BCT has underestimated some of these costs in the past, and there's actually they've experienced a loss, substantial loss in their estimates of how much it's going to cost to acquit these ones that they hold now. Have you been involved in the consultation around this transition of the calculator?
Yeah, so I've been involved in those meetings with the BCT where we're trying to figure out a way to deal with this and how best to cost these credits from the BCT's side. We had 3 half-day meetings on it, and we didn't really get much closer to having a solution. One of the issues appears to be the regulation might constrain what the BCT are allowed to do with the funding that they're collecting from people who are acquitting their obligations via the trust. So from a consultant's perspective, when you're trying to cost how much is it going to be to generate these credits, if you're asking a landholder to generate those credits as an investment on their piece of land, there'll be a risk premium on that they'll pass on to the trust when selling those credits to them. Whereas if the trust themselves could purchase that land, put it up for stewardship and all that, they'd be getting it at cost. No markups, nothing like that, and no risk margins for what people consider to be a suitable return on their investment. So if the trust were allowed to purchase and offset land on their own, then I think that they would be probably in a better position to cost realistically what it would, or to figure out what it would realistically cost them to offset and generate those credits. But they're constrained by the regulation, which I don't think allows them to do that. So they're still going back to this whole market mechanism, which has been failing, and then just trying to estimate. I mean, we spent 3 days sitting there trying to, if we did this, maybe we could estimate this, and then there's a lot of guesswork involved in this system. And when you do that, you've got to include risk margins for if you get it wrong. And once you do that, the costs start escalating. Again, there are big problems with the market mechanisms in that this isn't an easy scheme, and every credit or trading group that's on that market operates as an independent market. It's not a case of saying, oh, well, you can chuck 20 species on the credit register and then we've got one market trading in 20 credits. It's not like that. Every species is its own market because these things, some of them aren't interchangeable, but for non-interchangeable things, if you're going with like-for-like offsets, each credit is its own market. And to get enough trades in that credit in that market to get reliable data on supply and demand costing, we're just not seeing those trades. And the economists behind that review with the BCT are estimating something around 40, I think. They're estimating they would need about 40 trades in an 18-month period to get fairly robust data. And honestly, I don't see that ever happening.
So at the moment, then, with so the BCT in terms of the credits that it holds, so what is required then? You've just said you kind of sat around for 3 days, and I understand it's just got all these obligations, right? Offset obligations that it's in finding increasingly difficult to meet. That's only going to increase in the future, of course, as well, isn't it? So you're trying to find a solution with the biodiversity assessment methodology calculator, but it's kind of almost about money. We don't want to make it easier. There's a risk that the calculator will make it kind of easier to offset, won't it? Rather than I'm just trying to work out how I'm formulating my question, but there needs to be a lot more money, you're saying, as well, for the Biodiversity Conservation Trust to be able to do its job. Is that one thing?
It's very hard to separate the financial side of this scheme from the operation of it, but essentially the underlying issue is that there are no credits for the trust to purchase and retire. That's the underlying issue, and I think that goes back to the landholders are the ones who need to be putting their places up for stewardship. But the cost of doing that, the upfront cost of doing that, is high. But like any investment, you've got to spend money to make money. The upfront costs are high, but if you have enough information about the scheme, then you can see that there might be a reward in that in the longer term. But it's so much of an unknown to landholders. It's hard enough for us as consultants and even accredited assessors to really understand and get a grasp on this system, that people outside of the system, the financial advisors who are advising people on how to invest their money, the accountants that are signing off on this stuff, the landholders themselves, they don't have any of this information, and it's way too risky an investment for them. And so there's really not a lot of, beyond some people who just want to leave their legacy as protecting a block of land, there's not a lot of people out there who are really jumping to engage in this scheme when they start to get more information about it and how complex it is.
Those who do. Sorry, who's yes,
sorry, Ms. Pello here. No, I just wanted to follow up, Andrew, on that. It does seem to rely a lot on willing participants, people whose philosophy is they want to protect the land that they own, and so therefore they want to stay on it and they want to manage it into the future for conservation, really, rather than it's a way they can do it and be supported financially. But if that is not the philosophy of the person who owns the land, they just see it as a resource and a way of increasing their wealth, then they're much more likely to sell it for $40 million to a developer than to go to the trust and to work with that. So that system relies on people in the community having a certain philosophy, I would say, the way it's run at the moment, because it isn't able to compete. Yeah.
Michelle.
This kind of goes back, I think I made reference to it in the submission, but I think in terms of the testing of the scheme before it was brought in, I think what needed to happen was actually the government perhaps purchasing some blocks of land, putting them up generating credits on those stewardship sites, and then being able to stimulate the market with credits. So put them out there on the market and let people start buying them and start generating trades. But instead, we've kind of gone in the wrong way. We've gone in with only developments and no stewardship sites. And this legacy, we're going to be catching up forever. Whereas if we'd gone in with some stewardship sites already there, with offset credits available for you to purchase, then maybe things would have worked out a bit better.
Michelle?
Yep, look, I've just got one quick question, which is, are there other schemes that you would point to that are A, more rigorous, and B, working in a better way than the current scheme we have?
I haven't done a lot of research in that space. I'm not aware of any other schemes, but I haven't really looked into it. I've been so bogged down in trying to modify and I guess fix this one.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly check whether there's any last questions. Otherwise, yes, that was a very informative, very useful first session for this committee. We got you both on with that in mind, knowing that you would have the broad breadth of knowledge for us to ask questions of you. So thank you very much, and your submission again was incredibly useful as well, and will be absolutely taken into account by this inquiry and committee members. Thank you for your time. We will have a short break now, and we'll be back at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, it's Andrew here from the Secretariat. We're live and we'll be proceeding in a moment. We're just on a short break. I just wanted to check your sound first, one by one. Mr. Cox, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Andrew, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Maslin, can you hear me? Mr. Maslin, are you there? Can you hear me? Mr. Maslin, are you there? Can you hear me? We'll contact you, Mr. Maslin, to check your sound. Mr. Maslin, if you can hear me, could you try muting and unmuting if possible?
Okay, we are ready to go. Just recognising one of our witnesses is having technical difficulties, so we will just he's been contacted, but I will begin with welcoming in our witness who can hear at the moment, who is Mr. Alexander Cox. Welcome to this next session. I'll just begin by swearing you in. If you could please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. I understand you would have those words in front of you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Alexander Cox. I'm a PhD candidate at the Australian National University's Crawford School of Public Policy, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We have the same lounge rooms, which is amazing, isn't it? You Mr. Maslin, can you hear me now?
Yes, clearly.
Fantastic, excellent. That was great. If you could do the same, please. So state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, the words of which I understand you also have in front of you.
Peter Maslin. I live in Golmarat, northern New South Wales. I'm here as a private citizen, although I am quite active with a number of environment groups here in the Clarence Valley. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I understand maybe both of you have short opening statements to make. We'll go with you, Mr. Cox, if you'd like to begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Before I begin, I would like to pay my respects to the Ngunnawal people on whose lands I currently address the committee. I would also like to thank the committee for inviting me to give evidence today. I would like to emphasise the following points from my submission. Biodiversity offsetting on its own is unlikely to reduce biodiversity declines in use. This is because the way the credits are generated at offset sites relies largely on the principle of averted loss. Because of this, the biodiversity benefit conferred by offsets under the current model do not necessarily provide additional habitat to offset losses elsewhere. This implies, of course, a net loss of habitat over time. While offsetting is generally intended to be used as a last resort, at present it continues to be used to facilitate the unnecessary clearing of habitat for threatened species. Currently, the market in biodiversity credits is constrained by lack of supply. This is partly due to the cost of biodiversity assessment, the relatively low price of credits, and market illiquidity. Enrolling additional landowners into the scheme will be critically important to establish a robust credit market going forward. The committee should note that markets in environmental goods such as biodiversity credits are relatively immature. Regulators managing other environmental markets such as the carbon market are also grappling with the challenge of stimulating supply. Despite these challenges, it is my view that impacts to biodiversity caused by development should be subject to strict offsetting requirements. Provided the offset scheme is made more robust, it can positively contribute to improved biodiversity outcomes in three ways. One, should credit prices rise, the scheme will provide a strong disincentive against further land clearing. Two, the scheme forces developers to compensate the public should they try and clear habitat for threatened species. And three, the BCT is potentially well positioned to support the rollout of a strategic portfolio of conservation reserves on private land. Thank you, Chair. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Mr. Maslin, do you have a short opening statement for the committee?
Yes, not up to the standard of Mr. Cox's though. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry. I now sit on the Yagle community here in the Lower Clarence Valley. Having spent all my adult life in campaigning to protect Australia's natural heritage, I've had high hopes that biodiversity offset schemes would assist in ensuring that we would not lose our heritage. Sadly, none of these schemes that I have witnessed in Queensland, New South Wales or federally have achieved any real offset for the loss of vegetation and hence biodiversity. As far as I have observed, all have resulted in a net loss of habitat and commonly no protection or offset of habitat locally or regionally. The greatest flaw in all the schemes is that none of the offset losses, and while repeating myself, all result in net loss of habitat by not ensuring that any offset results. in no net loss and preferably a net gain in habitat that have occurred over the last couple of 100 years. Your attention is drawn to the International Union of Conservation and Nature definitions of biodiversity offsets in my submission, and justify in your own minds that the current scheme meets this criterion. Coupled with a decline in protection of native vegetation in recent years caused by a reduction in protection due to changes in legislation, I believe an accurate audit of the status of the state's biodiversity should be taken. One would find that a decrease has occurred over the last decade. It is common failure of legislation that effective action by government does not occur until after the species has reached the endangered or critically endangered status. If an effective biodiversity offset scheme was in effect, then this accelerated rate of diversity decline would not be occurring. The classic example of this failure is the rapid decline in New South Wales of koala populations, which reported a 41% decline in 4 years, ensuring its vulnerable conservation status. While you may consider this as due to the bushfires of this period, is not the sole cause. This overused iconic species typifies the situation of many species in New South Wales. A biodiversity offset scheme which ensured that natural habitats would not decrease, I should say, and the biodiversity of all species, both locally and generally, was maintained, would prevent this constant attempt to catch up on weak and poorly administered environmental protection legislation and management, both from government and at private levels. I've been involved in local government officer level in the offset schemes which achieved a net gain in habitat. Regrettably, with the political changes of the makeup of that particular council, the ability of the council officers to achieve this was removed, with the revised planning scheme to benefit the developers and a dramatic decline in the koala population, resulting in a corresponding 60% decline of koala populations over the decade. Prior to this occurring, koala populations were stable. My conclusions from this experience is that a properly set up offset scheme can work. As the scheme does not address the constant small habitat losses approved by local governments and state governments, which accumulate to create a significant loss of habitat and hence biodiversity, the scheme fails to preserve the biodiversity of the local environment and the state's overall biodiversity asset. There is a limited recognition of the value of the habitat of private lands, and hence the ease of clearing of habitat does not get addressed properly by the scheme. The inability for the community to assess the results of an offset action is demonstrated as detailed in my submission by the reported offsets of the Pacific Highway upgrade between Woolgoolga and Ballina. The community has no idea where these offsets have occurred, and if the local ecosystems have been protected in a location near to where the losses have occurred. I hope your committee will recognise the inability of the current scheme to ensure the maintenance of the state's biodiversity and recommend changes that this can occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you, for those statements and for your very good submissions. And of course, Mr. Cox, you also wrote your thesis on this very issue on the New South Wales Biodiversity Offset Scheme. So, thank you for doing that extensive work for really as a resource, which can be used as a resource, I should say, for the committee. I'll go to you first, Mr. Cox. I just wanted to, could you just explain a little bit further? So your submission states that much of the calculated biodiversity gain of managed offsets is derived by averting loss and is based on the assumption that in the absence of a biodiversity stewardship agreement, that biodiversity values would continuously decline in the future. And you kind of stress that this is quite an important point to get our heads around. So could you just explain that a bit further for the committee, firstly? Why that's a kind of problem that is based on that?
Yeah, certainly. So credits at offset sites or stewardship sites are generated in 3 ways. Firstly, on the basis of averted loss. Secondly, on additional management actions, such as planting trees or securing area from invasive species. And then lastly, for some offset sites that are of particularly high value, they're awarded a sort of security bonus, which gives them additional credits. But I think it's fair to say that the balance of credits at most stewardship sites are awarded on this first principle of averted loss. So the way the calculator works is an assessor will come in to a proposed stewardship site, work out the value of that site in credits in the present day, and then the calculator will assume an ongoing rate of decline 20 years into the future, which is the life of the stewardship site. So if a particular stewardship site had a value, say, of 1,000 credits today, but in 20 years was presumed to have a value of, say, 100 credits, that difference, that 900 credit difference, is credited to the stewardship site as basically having averted that loss, that presumed loss. So this is problematic for two reasons. Firstly, it assumes basically unilaterally that in the absence of creating an offset site, that the biodiversity values of that area would decline indefinitely into the future. So that's obviously an assumption that can be questioned for many sites. But secondly, what it implies is that from a whole of landscape perspective, that there's very little additionality under the scheme. So land is happening now, but the harm of that land clearing is being offset with basically vegetation communities that are already in existence. So that implies, from a whole state point of view, that we're still seeing a net decline in habitat availability.
Yeah, thank you. There's also offsets that can be created, of course, which are all about rehabilitation and planting trees, like and restoring, creating certain types of ecosystems, if you like, on degraded land. What's your view on that being used as well?
So that is recognised by the scheme. I think my understanding is currently deliberate sort of revegetation attracts very little credits at the moment. And the reason for that is, I think, the developers of the assessment method sort of wisely appreciate that there's a lot of risk involved in that. So simply because someone undertakes to restore an area of degraded land doesn't at all guarantee that in 20 years you're going to actually have something that resembles what might have been there prior to clearing.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And one more question for you at this stage as well. So you state in your submission, which I think is interesting, that basically that the high costs of offsetting the impact of developments on biodiversity has given ecologists quite a lot of power in the planning process. And I understand, particularly with the changes to the new biodiversity offset scheme and the markets and everything, that the role of ecologists has probably changed quite substantially then in the last 10, 20 years. That you said that most of the assessors you spoke to, so you interviewed quite a few for your thesis, reported playing an active role in the iterative project planning and design because of the complexity of the BAM, the biodiversity assessment methodology. Why is that a problem? And yeah, is it a problem that ecologists now have such a lot of power, if you like, or influence in the planning process?
I don't think so. I think that's on its face a very beneficial outcome. Certainly, a lot of the ecologists I interviewed indicated that their clients were sufficiently incentivized to, where possible, reduce the biodiversity impacts of their proposed developments, be they sort of housing construction or even large projects. So I think that's a good outcome of the scheme.
Mr. Maslan, just in terms of your experiences as well, do you think, and I'm particularly interested in kind of drawing out this, maybe the influence that ecologists can also be under now, because they're making, and I'll go back to you as well, Mr. Cox, on this, they're making, they have the potential to cost developers, obviously, a hell of a lot of money, but also make other people a lot of money in terms of what they recommend as the offsets that are needed. hence the influence that can potentially be there. Mr. Maslin, do you have a view on that?
Yes, from two perspectives. One, I worked as a council officer heading up an environmental assessment team within local government in their DA section for 12 years. I found, working from an ecology point of view, even as a council officer, you could actually change developments quite dramatically, and working with the ecologists in those situations, you could actually improve the way in which initial developments were actually proceeded with. And that goes from whether it was mining sites, which I had involvement with, or subdivisions and so on. And working with what I call responsible applicants, you could actually get some quite improved outcomes. From a pure ecology assessment time, and I have worked in that sort of a field in a previous year for a similar 10 or 12 years as a consultant, more from a combination of ecology and environmental engineering, which is really where my strength was. Once again, you could work with your clients to actually change the way in which developments actually proceeded and the way applications were put in to actually achieve a better outcome. And many developers would take heed on that. There were others that I'd rather not talk about. So it can work both ways.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, before I throw to government member, do you have any comment on that as well?
Generally, the assessors I interviewed indicated that the pricing incentive within the scheme was really what was driving developers to attempt to minimise the footprint of their projects where possible. So I think that pricing incentive is potentially quite powerful.
Thank you. I'll just go to Mr. Franklin now from the government.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to you both for being here. Mr. Cox, just one question to you, if I may. I was just interested in your report, in your recommendation, in your submission, recommendation number 4 about the Biodiversity Conservation Trust listing additional information showing the compliance status of BSAs, particularly, along with obviously the number and type of outstanding credit obligations within the BOP. But I guess my question is, as someone who's obviously spent a lot of time focusing on this field, why wouldn't that be happening now? Is there to me, this seems like a no-brainer, but I may not understand why that shouldn't be happening. Can you enlighten me?
Sure, thank you. So obviously, at the present moment, the Conservation Trust maintains a searchable online register of existing stewardship sites.
Yeah.
But the available information on that register is pretty limited. It basically lists the stewardship site ID number, I think the LGA, and sort of broad ecosystem type. It doesn't really give information on the number or type of credits held at each stewardship site, which I think is a pretty serious omission. And it also, as I indicated in my submission, it doesn't give the public much of an idea on the compliance status of individual stewardship sites. Obviously, I think it would be inappropriate to publish the names of landowners, of course, that sort of thing. But in the interest of public disclosure, it's probably in the public's interest to be able to say at a glance, there are 10,000 koala credits currently under management, of which 95% are compliant, 5% aren't going forward, things like that.
Right, thank you. That might be something we'll take up with the BCT, but that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you very much.
Ms. Sharp, can I check? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much for your submissions. They're both extremely helpful. This is a very complex area, and Mr. Cox, you managed to make it actually sound comprehensible. So I really appreciate that. I actually wanted to ask you about your recommendation. Excuse me. Your recommendation about the BCT being empowered to set the price of the biodiversity credits. Can you just unpack that for us and how you see that would work? And and what are the barriers to that happening? Because there's a lot, as we've said, there's a lot of money sort of slushing around in all of this. So I'm just keen to work out how you could actually establish a framework to do that.
So developers who pay into the trust pay a rate set by the biodiversity offset price calculator, which was formerly under the control of DPI, and that was a sort of econometric model that purported to look at past trades, add a security risk amount as a sort of premium. And the idea behind that was it would be fair to developers and that they wouldn't be disadvantaged by paying sort of something too different from the market rate, but also give the trust some confidence to secure offset sites. Obviously, with the really limited amount of trading that's taken place, that price calculator is not exactly giving reliable price signals. And usually in a market, people who want to buy credits, in this case developers, would have to basically outbid each other to purchase the available credits that are supplied. Given there's such limited supply of a lot of different types of credits, that offset price calculator is basically acting like a price ceiling. So that's not what it was intended to do. And the risk here is that I think at this point, something like $40 million has been paid into the fund. So the trust now owns that offsetting obligation, but it's not clear that the prices at which developers have been paying over the last few years are actually sufficient for the trust to then approach landowners and actually meet those offsetting requirements. So that's the big risk going forward. If the trust had much more control over that pricing mechanism, they would at least have the confidence that any obligations paid or shifted to them, that they would be sufficiently resourced to actually meet them in the future. And I understand that's a model that's being developed now by the BCT and DPI, I think to be released early next year.
Thank you. That is, yes, very helpful. Can I just ask, maybe it's one for you, Mr. Maslin, as well. I mean, I understand that we basically have these species-based markets. I mean, is there other models elsewhere, or is there a different approach where we can try and simplify that? It does seem, as someone who doesn't, isn't across the detail about how this all works, I do find it odd when there's, a greater glider offset versus, say, an orchid offset that is in the same area and how that works. But are there other, is a landscape approach better? Like, are there other models that we can look at rather, or is the scheme sort of designed you have to do it this way?
Who wants to answer that one? Mr. Maslin?
I doubt if I could make much comment on that. I'm sorry. I have the same dilemma. And from Mr. Cox's submission, I think he's probably in much better position to make a comment than I am.
Mr. Cox?
So there's a huge number of credits that are recognised by the scheme. I think there's approximately 1,400, and that's, I think, about 980 individual species credit types, and then about 350 vegetation trading groups, which consist of multiple vegetation types that are treated as equivalent. So it's obviously quite complex. Any individual offset site, though, can host a whole range of credits. Obviously, vegetation assessment is sort of at the core of the BAM, but threatened species which are verified to also live in an offset site, that offset site will generate credits for them as well. So it does, offset sites and development sites do stack multiple types of credits. Does that answer your question? Or?
No, it does. It just seems a very complex way to do it. And I'm just wondering if anyone's been able to nut out a slightly more streamlined version. Maybe it's just the case that that's not possible. But when I just think about the work of what assessors are doing and the way that it is this kind of, many different types and how that all comes together, it just seems extremely complicated. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a complex policy, but I suppose that's a reflection of, it's also quite an ambitious policy in the sense that with the BAM, they're trying to create, and I think have mostly succeeded in creating sort of a one-stop shop assessment methodology that can be used to measure impacts and gains at every ecosystem in New South Wales. But that's obviously such an ambitious project that sort of complexity seems to be a inevitable byproduct of that.
Yeah, well, nature's a very complex system, isn't it? And you're basically trying to offset very complex, beautiful ecosystems. We'll go to Mr. Justin Field now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your attendance today and your submissions. Mr. Cox, this continues on from Ms. Fairman's previous question and your response. So yes, the BCT is trying to take on the they're trying to work out how to take on the calculator and to make more accurate the assessments of likely costs. My understanding is that BCT reassessed their offset obligation holdings, and there's about $11 million shortfall, I think, in what money they've taken in versus what they expect to have to pay out to acquit those obligations. That suggests to me that the price of credits is actually going to have to go up in order to allow the BCT to acquit those. But of course, we've seen a push from developers and some within government to try to make the costs of offset go down. How does this work? Am I right in assuming that inevitably to offset those impacts, the cost of credits will have to go up?
That's certainly my view. I think the cost of having a stewardship site or offset site appraised by an assessor, a 20-year management plan developed for the landowner, and to sort of actually implement that, I think the costs of that process are probably higher than what was first anticipated. And that certainly implies that credit prices should go up. It's obviously in the interest of developers to have a sort of surplus of credits on the market that can be cheaply purchased. But I think the truth is that at this point in the market, there is significant demand on the part of developers for credits because they're sort of required by law to offset the impacts that they cause. The real bottleneck is supply. And I guess the scheme is a market at its core. And when you have sort of high demand and limited supply, at least to me, that implies that credit prices should rise.
Yes, that would seem to make sense. The BCT, and I'm not sure what proportion of the offset scheme is actually done through the BCT at the moment. I mean, there's a lot of focus on that, but I know it's only, I think it's a minority portion of offset requirements are acquitted through the BCT. But they've only acquitted about 20% of their currently held obligations and have sort of a 5-year, they try and net it out over 5 years. Do you think that's suitable, or should they be trying to acquit their credits more quickly than that?
So I think on that first point, my understanding is it's actually the opposite. My understanding is the balance of developers are paying into the fund and are not securing their own stewardship sites, because that can be quite costly. It's not their core business. It takes quite a while. And so they opt to pay into the fund if they can't find the credits available for sale. On that point about the 5-year lag, I think it's hard to say. I think some lag is probably inevitable. I think it makes sense if the BCT, to some extent, pools resources from multiple developers and then pursues a more strategic offsetting approach. But certainly what we see now is the risk that there's this growing offset gap where they've got 30, 40 million in the fund. And as you say, a significant balance of the offset obligations that are on the books haven't been met yet.
Yeah. Thank you for that. If we have time, I do want to come back to you, Mr. Cox, later. But Mr. Mazen, I'm particularly interested in your submission where you highlight concerns around transparency, particularly with major government projects, and you cited the Pacific Highway upgrades on the North Coast. I'd be interested to put on your behalf those specific questions to the government on notice when we have them before the inquiry. But just on that transparency question, can you expand on your submission? Is it your understanding that there is no specific information available about how the offset requirements for the Pacific Highway upgrade were actually offset?
basically there was a report given which the public has access to, and I summarised that in my submission. But the difficulty is, and many of us here in the Lower Clarence anyhow have sort of tried to find out just what particular offsets were given. And I'm afraid I've learned a lot in reviewing Mr. Cox's report and then reading a little bit more. You've educated me quite well, thank you. And I'm passing that on to some of my associates. But just trying to find out what happened. And I realise there's a privacy issue with regards to landowners. They really don't want people to know what they're doing with their private properties. And that's part of the dilemma, that people really don't know how a particular ecosystem has been offset somewhere nearby. They say it's within 50 k's of where the original clearing was, but you really don't have any more information. I'm afraid the general mistrust that the community has in these sorts of issues really highlights a problem. I don't know how we resolve it. It is an issue that somehow or other we need to give the confidence of the community that these offsets are actually occurring in a manner that they should, so we actually achieve the offsets for the particular ecosystem that is lost. It's frustrating. I don't have an answer, I'm sorry. And we've discussed it amongst my associates here in the environment movements in the Lower Clarence, and we haven't come up with a solution that we can actually propose. So we ask the question, but really say, help, how do we convince the community that these offsets are actually occurring in a manner that they should to offset the particular losses?
Mr. Cox, quickly, if I could, Chair, do you have any additional information to add about how we might be able to address those transparency issues? And they seem to be more pronounced where they are major state projects.
I made some recommendations in my submission, I recall. I think with a trust to create a register of developers and developments that have opted to pay into the fund, that could be sort of one step. I think for major projects, it's a little bit harder because they tend to be resourced enough in terms of money and staff to actually pursue their own sort of offsetting ventures. So it, unless there was a register, if the public register of stewardship sites was improved to include more details of different stewardship sites under management, that could be one way of doing it. If you saw, for example, this or that major project establishing stewardship sites and had information about that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I might just
major, yeah, go to.
Yeah, I'll just go to Mr. Mark Pearson now, who I understand has a question or two.
Okay, thanks very much. In part, my question was answered by Mr. Field's question, but look, just listening to this and after having a meeting with the actual Biodiversity Conservation Trust, I'm wondering, do you think this whole offset in question? And the reason I ask that question is because maybe it worked and it fitted with the community's concern about protecting species, both flora and fauna. But now there is a concern about protecting species where in situ, where they are. And when you look at the legislation, the EPBC, it's about it's about not harming animals and flora unnecessarily, unjustifiably, and unreasonably. Do you think this offset scheme, as it is at the moment, is no longer reflecting the concerns about species, both flora and fauna, in situ where they are?
I'm sorry, Mr. Pearson, was that directed at me or?
Sorry. Yes, if you think you can answer the question, that'd be great.
And then I think Mr. Maslin as well was jumping in. So you go, Mr. Cox, and then Mr. Maslin, yeah.
So the offsetting is intended to be used as a last resort. It's always preferable to either avoid impacts in the first place, and then insofar as it's practical, to reduce the extent of the impact. And that's always even in this policy, that's sort of the established way of doing things. I think there are concerns that that mitigation hierarchy is not being rigorously followed, and that offsetting is at times used to facilitate development that does undertake unnecessary land clearing. I think that that's a valid concern.
Mr. Messer?
I would agree with that comment. One of the problems you have in many situations, and not so much with the larger proposals and projects, but with the smaller ones. In many local government situations, and especially in rural councils like ours, they don't have the resources to actually follow through from the government perspective to actually ensure that these sort of processes are undertaken. And so they tend to just accept what the developer sort of has put in his application. Things don't get changed terribly much, although thankfully in my local government area, that's slowly changing. And with the pressure of various members of the community, we've actually managed to make things be addressed a little bit better. But the end result is that things don't get offset, and they tend to actually lose those on-site situations. So it's always been my attempt, both professionally and privately, to actually achieve that very outcome, to protect what's there and to minimise the impacts on there by changing the way in which that particular project is undertaken. And that has been successfully achieved in many situations. Sadly, depending on the actual strength and resources of a particular government area, it doesn't always happen. And that tends to happen more, I think, in rural council areas because they don't have the resources. We have a very big council area with a relatively small population. They don't have the resources to thoroughly address those sorts of issues. So it's a real problem that I don't know what the resolution is when you don't have the resources to actually do the job as thoroughly as you could.
Thank you. I might just explore just a little, Mr. Cox, you've gone into a lot of detail in your thesis around the biodiversity assessment methodology and the way in which credit species are kind of species credits are calculated. You've stated in, I'll just read you out something that you wrote in your thesis that I just wanted you to explain further, just for us so we can get our head around it. So you wrote, page 33, that most threatened species identified were classed as ecosystem credit species under the biodiversity assessment methodology. And so impacts to them were simply aggregated into the ecosystem credit calculations for different PCT, which is plant community types. Yeah. Despite the wide variety of fauna identified, case studies therefore only generated actual species credits for between 1 and 4 individual threatened species. So you were trying to use that to kind of identify a problem. Could you kind of, the floor is yours to talk to us about the issues there in terms of any recommendations you would make, and why is this such a problem around such few species being identified and then sorry, a lot of species being identified but then classified differently in the BAM?
Yeah, that's right. So I obviously in my thesis looked at a selection of case studies drawn from large projects that had very involved assessments, and it was quite common for assessors to identify many hundreds of species at a given project site. But as you say, species credits generally are only awarded to a relatively small selection of the species that have been sort of demonstrated to be present. I found that process was heavily dependent on the judgment of assessors, and that judgment wasn't completely arbitrary. They had to justify in the assessment reports why they were including or excluding different species. And that could be because of habitat quality or the like. I guess the number of species credits are, I mean, there's on one hand there's 980, so there's already quite a large number, but the majority of threatened fauna species, as you say, are sort of grouped in as they're either assumed to be present in given plant community types, so they're not actually sort of impacts to them aren't assessed individually in terms of credits for those species, which is sort of from a scientific point of view obviously questionable, although I appreciate the BAM as a sort of assessment methodology is trying to, on one hand, facilitate rigorous ecological surveys, but at the other hand, the market's already sort of suffering from the high transaction costs of the assessment method itself. So I think the BAM in some ways is trying to find a balance between the sort of thoroughness of the ecosystem assessment and the need to generate credits for threatened species that are present at a development site.
I'll go to you as well, Mr. Maslin, if you have any comment on that. But I just wanted to you said that the assessors, in some ways really have to use their own judgment in terms of how they then interpret what they find to plug into the BAM, like how will they categorize in some ways what they found, and there's a lot of subjectivity to that. Does that mean there needs to also be some kind of an independent oversight body, accreditation, somebody else peer reviewing what goes on as well with this? And it comes down to that question around the amount of power, if you like, that assessors now have. Mr. Cox, I'll go to you, and Mr. Maslin, then there's two questions, I asked the previous one as well. So, Mr. Cox.
So certainly the process of assessment is dependent on assessor judgment. I found in some of the examples I looked at, assessors made reference to available scientific literature, on the distribution of threatened species. But part of the problem here is for many threatened species, so little is known about their distribution, and that's particularly the case when it comes down to individual populations. And so assessors sort of tried to make use of what was there, but they are sort of operating to some extent in a knowledge vacuum. When it comes to the sort of accreditation of assessors, the assessors I interviewed indicated that the accreditation process was quite rigorous. My understanding is there's only about 400 accredited assessors in New South Wales at the moment, and I think a third of them work for local and state government. The feedback I got was that realistically you'd need to be a field ecologist with at least 5 to 10 years of field experience, and there were a lot of ecologists who are quite experienced but who don't have the sort of vegetation identification skills needed to actually reach accreditation. So on the sort of question of accreditation, I think that's already quite a rigorous process. And when it comes to sort of peer review, most of the assessors I interviewed indicated that even when accredited, obviously they work in firms and they do sort of consult each other within the firm. So a lot of these assessment reports are sort of co-produced by a number of people, and they are reviewed by stewardship site proposals are reviewed by the BCT, and development proposals are reviewed by the consent authority, whether that's state or local government.
Yes, just the review within the firm is often because the company is contracted by the proposed developer, the proponent. So yeah, that probably not as the independent thing that I was asking, if you get my drift in terms of that potential conflict. I just wanted to, Mr. Maslin, do you have any, firstly, just a question, I asked the species credit question earlier, if you have any comment on like just the BAM itself, and then secondly, yeah, just around the way in which assessors undertake the work.
I've got limited, I haven't any real personal experience with actually assessments for the BAM. But as far as assessments in general, I know I'm speaking of this both, well, in 3 counts. One is a council officer assessing such reports. Secondly, as someone who ran a company or a division of a company who did those sorts of reports. And thirdly, as a private citizen. You see reports come in where they go to a site and they effectively do a site inspection. Many occasions they send one officer, and these are from quite well-respected consulting companies. They spend one day on site, then they do a desktop review and write their reports. Generally totally inadequate. In many cases, you need to get seasonal reports too. So sometimes you've got to do those reports over a long period of times, especially with things like migratory birds and the likes. You go there in the middle of winter here in, say, the Clarence, and you won't find half the species that potentially are there, say in spring or early summer. So those reports are quite inadequate. So consequently, you end up with reports that really don't reflect the true situation, and if those reports are accepted, it really gives you a false impression of what that site is. And when it comes to local governments again, quite often they don't have the expertise within that local government area to really fully assess those reports, because they just don't have the broad range of staff to be able to do that. As a consultant, you send it generally, if you're doing your job properly, you send teams of people in there depending on the size of the project. The smaller the project, the more senior personnel you've got to send in there to actually do those assessments, because they generally have a broader range. But they come back to the problem that Mr. Cox said, that especially when it comes to assessing plant species, there's a real expertise in that. Theoretically, I had that expertise once upon a time, but because I moved up in the hierarchy of management, I lost that expertise because I wasn't out in the field often enough. So you've got a real problem with getting proper assessments done and the costs involved with doing that. And it can be quite expensive, and many developers don't want to actually do that work. Now, with government projects of, say, the likes of the Pacific Highway, they do a much more thorough assessment because the project is big, it can afford to do that. And I've been involved in big projects, assessing dams and things like that, where we were able to actually cost those sort of things in to do the job properly. But the smaller the job, the less thorough assessments done, and potentially you get this death by 1,000 cuts, where you get a dozen small developments side by side, and you lose what, if you assessed it as one block, a very different answer. So you have a real problem in trying to get proper assessments of different jobs, and the smaller the job, the bigger the problem.
Thank you. I just checking in with government members just to check. Catherine, you will let me know, because your video isn't on, if you have a question. I just wanted to while I'm waiting, if that happens, I just wanted to explore. Oh, Catherine, yes. We can see it. So, Catherine, do you have a question? No. I don't think that's. I think she'd turn. I just wanted to.
I have a question, Kate. My apologies for that.
Catherine. Yeah.
Sorry,
great.
I struggled a bit there.
That's right.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Maslin what the solution to that was, and particularly in relation to his comments about some councils have more capacity than other councils. Does that reflect on rural and regional areas which tend to have smaller councils, but probably have more habitat and biodiversity issues? Look,
yeah, that's a real problem. For example, I worked in Redland City Council, which had an area that, say, probably was about 25% of Clarence Valley Council, where I now live. I had a team of 4 people plus myself to do those assessments just on a development application. It had a population that was probably 4 times the size of Clarence Valley. Clarence Valley has a small number, it's a big area, exactly as you described, where they've got a much more habitat of multiple different types of habitat, that they just don't have the resources to fully assess those sorts of problems. So it's a real issue in rural communities, where you have large areas, small resources for a council to do, very small environment sections to do those sorts of assessments. And they struggle. And I know a lot of those people here in Clarence Valley, for example, and they get very frustrated with their ability to do that and then be able to feed that information back up through the DA process. I don't know how we solve that problem, because it comes back to sheer financial resources and if you like, the rate base of a particular council. And we end up losing areas on a progressive basis because of those sorts of problems. I don't know how we resource assessing authorities like a local government to be able to do the job thoroughly, to really get the result that we're all aiming to do through this process. I don't know whether there's a solution, easy solution, without extra funding from some unknown source, and when there's never enough resources around to do the job properly.
I mean, I do need to press you on this, because obviously this is a very important problem to solve. So are you basically saying it would require additional resources? If there were additional resources, what would we be doing with those resources?
There's two problems. One, that the actual assessment is done properly in the first place, and some of those are directly proportional to what a developer is prepared to spend. We had a subdivision here, for example, in the Clarence Valley in the lower areas where there's large wetland areas. It was a one-day assessment at the wrong time of the year to assess those migratory birds. And basically, the assessment was quite superficial. The comments from the community had a lot more information than what the actual people doing the actual ecological assessments. There was surveys that had been done by quite expert ornithologists over a period of 20 odd years. None of that was taken into account. And basically the development went through and it was approved with no real assessment of those migratory bird impacts. Just one example, the local officers, they didn't have any expertise in that area. They made comments that they thought it was inadequate, and that was the end of the discussion. So it was a very flawed approval, in my view, for those particular reasons, because the actual bird populations of that particular site were never assessed thoroughly. How do we stop that sort of thing? As far as I'm concerned, if the actual local government had a bit more information available to them in a proper scientific way, they could actually make a stronger case to actually assess that project properly. Now, as I said, in my situations when I was working for local government, I had a good team of people. We had multiple skills within that team. We were able to do very thorough assessments because of the expertise we had in that team. They had much more resources. How does a council that's a relatively small population base actually resource that sort of facility? They don't have the resources to do it.
And I also asked, is the developer needing to resort to outside expertise to get these reports done? So, for example, in a case like the Clarence Valley, the cost of bringing somebody in would be putting pressure on the developer's project costs as well.
Directly, because there aren't necessarily anybody that's in close proximity here in the Lower Clarence, for example, to actually do those sorts of assessments. I think in this particular case, they brought somebody in from Brisbane, which is a 3-hour drive away, and it was a relatively small, 4-lot subdivision in a rural area. The end result was that the assessment wasn't done thoroughly. They can only afford it on a small project like that, which had a big impact on these wetlands. So I don't know what the solution is, because the developer for such a small project can't really afford, $50,000 to do a proper assessment over a number of seasons to actually get the right result. So it's a real catch-22, unless the local government has a lot more databases to do those sort of assessments and have that data at their fingertips so they can review the reports in a thorough way, we go around the circle again.
So are you talking about more habitat mapping? Sorry, Kate, if I'm going
That's
over
okay.
time.
We're just at time. So just quickly, Catherine, if you
You're talking about empowering or resourcing councils to do more habitat mapping, particularly in areas identified as kind of critical. Would that
would help?
be?
If I think those sorts of resources would be better done from a state basis. If we had environment departments do that more thorough things on a broad basis across the state, and then have that material accessed, it would be a far better outcome than having to do each individual council doing their own assessments, because the state has much better resources and the expertise to be able to do that sort of thing. If we had much better mapping available across the board, there would be multiple benefits from it. The community could have access to that so they can sort of do their own assessment and get confidence that things have been done properly. The local government would have access to that with the few resources that they have there, and the whole process would work in an improved manner.
There might be more certainty for the developer as well.
That as well, they've got access to it because they can employ their consultant, and there are some good local consultants that could work on that basis if they had the data available. So I think that'd be a real positive.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry to almost butt in, but we are at time, unfortunately. But again, that was an incredibly useful session. Thank you both much for your expertise and answering our questions as we get our head around this very complex issue. So thank you both. We now have an extremely short break where we will also admit the other witnesses if they're around. We'll have a short break. We are back at 11:30. It's now 11:27. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi Barry, how's all? It's Andrew here, right here from the Secretariat. We're just on a short break, but I'll quickly just check your sound while we're waiting.
Okay.
Sol, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dermott, can you hear me?
I can hear you both.
Excellent. Okay. We're live and we'll be proceeding in a moment. So please have your oath or affirmation ready. You can now mute until prompted. Thanks.
Yeah.
This document, you remember the safe distance will be on extend.
Okay, it has just ticked over to 11:30, so we will start our next session and we will begin that, as we always do, by swearing in the witnesses. So welcome. I think we have Mr. Saul Dean, Mr. Barry Derman, at least, that I can see on my screen. So we will go with you, Mr. Saul Dean, to begin with. If you could state your name and position, title, please, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, the words I believe you should have in front of you.
Yep. My name is Saul Dean from the Total Environment Centre. I'm the Urban Sustainability Campaigner there. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. Mr. Barry Derman, if you could do the same, please.
My name is Barry Derman. I'm a member of Save Sydney Koalas. I'm also the co-author of Campbelltown Koala Research and Database and also president of National Parks Association MacArthur branch. I swear that the evidence now given about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. I understand that we are just trying to get in touch with the Mr. Brian Williams from the Wilton Action Group, who is also down to appear today. But while we're doing that, we'll proceed with opening statements if you have them. Mr. Dean, do you have an opening statement for the committee?
Yes, I do. Okay, I'd just like to thank the councillors for inviting me to appear at this inquiry. My name is Saul Dean from the Total Environment Centre, as I just mentioned. I'm here because of the uniqueness of the southwest Sydney koala population in a very bleak landscape for koalas. It's the one very bright and light. It's a group that's thriving. Lend-Lease Gilead Stage 1 biocertification is a case study in the collapse of biocertification, and I'm going to talk mainly to that. But I'd also, before I go on to that, just like to highlight that the Walker and the Lancome developments that are also happening out and around MacArthur and Wilton are being fast-tracked, and that's actually meant that they've been able to bypass any koala protections at all, and that includes biocertification. So while biocertification has processed, at least there is a there are some compensation for habitat removed, which is not what we're seeing with Walker and the Lancome projects. Gilead and the Lend-Lease is important as it highlights a breakdown in biocertification. Gilead is this precious colony, and what's so important about it is that we know how vital it is for the koala's survival. We also know that it's actually been incredibly well studied, probably one of the most well-studied corridors, perhaps in New South Wales, if not Australia. Lots of people know Narumba Menangle Creek, which is out in the middle of nowhere. And we've had chief scientists report, we've even very early on had the draft koala plan of management that looked at this importance of this corridor. And the only time that we started to get any inkling that there was a denial that this corridor was important was first when we had Lend-Lease in our RMS in an aside in a paragraph said when they're talking about the upgrade of Appin Road, said that they didn't think east-west corridors were important for koalas. That was not inside the brief. And then really surprisingly and concerningly, that report or that idea then turns up in the Conserving Koalas in Campbelltown and Wallandilly report. And while that's really important is because that becomes the go-to report for the biodiversity certification process for Gilead. And I would like to tender, if I can, the biodiversity certificate recommendation report dated the 28th of June 2019, signed by Anthony Lean, that references the process they went through. If that's okay. Conserving Koalas report was used even though the two reviewers of this report that was written by OEH, in-house, unauthored, refuted its conclusions. The only important part of the report is basically the conclusion, which basically says that koalas and people cannot coexist. and therefore koalas will have to be removed from the landscape west of Appin Road. And it calls for exclusion fencing running all the way down Appin Road. And from that purpose, it's sometimes been characterised as a localised extinction plan. Its aim was to stop koalas going to the future developers, koalas going to future developing land west of Appin Road. There are wider implications for this report too. It's basically written the New South Wales koala policy for MacArthur area. And so there's a biocertification process that's going on with the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. And this report is underneath pretty much the report that's informing those discussions, even though we now have other reports that have completely rejected it, which is obviously the Chief Scientist, the most recent Campbelltown Koala Plan of Management as well. But the real bizarreness is the perverse outcomes that this Gilead biocertification process created. That is, in the same report, at the same time, they are approving koala biobanks going through this BAM process. They were also arguing simultaneously in that recommendation that koalas should not be able to reach these koala biobanks. So they've negated the whole point of the koala biobanks in this completely schizophrenic report. The other issue is that Biocert is now being read that no other koala protections are necessary across the MacArthur area. And so what we're seeing now is that Lendlease out at Gilead is putting in new planning proposals. They're completely upzoning Gilead. We're now seeing the idea of 10-storey developments going up there. They're increasing the density, and they're also removing internal biobanks, and all those stuff are being cut as well, because those biobanks and that weren't part of the biocertification process. It was essentially a land, this is a certain amount of land. It was a non-spatial, non-contiguity type of report. So this obvious absurdity breaks down as soon as it is lifted out of this planning Lend-Lease nexus, which we would expect. And we can see that in the Campbelltown Local Planning Panel, to their credit, when they looked at the Gilead Earthworks DA, imposed a 250-metre koala corridor south of Menangle Creek. And the federal government too, when they looked over the original biocertification process from New South Wales Planning, rejected the Narumba Reserve, part of the piece, because you can't get there, you're not meant to as part of that biocertification process, and also because there was no sense of additionality to it. So if we now await stage 2 of this biocertification process, but if we want koalas to survive, we need to increase koala protections, and we certainly need to make biocertification a stronger process. My recommendations are really that we acknowledge this obligation to land, not only for farmers, but also developers, and that we reward those that do the right thing. And I think a way to do this is by explicit setbacks that follow all creeks and rivers, especially when we're dealing with really important biodiversity corridors, and that we certainly need to keep an overarching body that is overlooking New South Wales planning biocertification process as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean, for that. Mr. Derman, do you also have an opening statement for the committee?
Yes, please.
Go for it.
I'm Barry Derman, as I said before. In the time that we have had, I've been interested in conservation for some 35 years. In that time, we have seen many changes in the laws governing our local landscape. The inquiry into the integrity of the New South Wales Biodiversity Scheme is welcome. The scheme is meant to be leading to an overall gain in biodiversity, but it is accomplishing the opposite, a net loss. The biodiversity assessment methodology does not give enough consideration to the importance of protecting wildlife corridors. It only requires proponents to measure the impact on vegetation, not the cleared area around it. It also ignores the fact that threatened animals like the koala are quite solitary animals that leave their mothers to disperse and find their own home ranges. Professor Robert Close, who discovered the Campbelltown koalas in 1986, found that the average home range for a female koala is 26 hectares. By way of an example, Francesca tracked for 11.4 years, used an area of some 590 metres by 842 metres, which covers 24 hectares. But Charlotte requires 70 hectares. Home ranges of koalas don't necessarily overlap, but the ability to disperse is of utmost importance. Over the years, this recovering koala population has branched out throughout this catchment. Any development, even on cleared land, is in areas identified as koala habitat, should be calculated for biodiversity offset purposes, and preferably development should not be approved on areas identified as koala habitat or corridors. Our submission also highlighted that when land is granted biodiversity certification, planning authorities are not required to consider the environmental impacts on future DAs on the land. This can lead to poor biodiversity outcomes in circumstances significantly change or new information comes to light. Since Lend-Lease received biocertification for its Mount Gilead Stage 1 development, the critical importance of the east-west corridor of the property has been confirmed by government-sponsored reports. The chief scientist and Dr. Phillips confirmed that the koalas need multiple east-west corridors. Corridors on Mount Gilead provide the shortest distance between the Georges and the Nepean rivers. The removal of trees, whether they are paddock or bushland, impacts the functioning of these corridors. Nevertheless, Lend-Lease was allowed to offset them for monetary contributions to enhance existing habitat or by purchasing only marginal quality habitat in West Appin. This is far, far away as you can get from like for like, and it compromises the chances of survival of the local population in an area that is now earmarked for 55,000 homes. One thing that you may not be aware of is that this koala population is obviously, everybody knows it's chlamydia free and expanding, but in the last proposal for submissions from the state, it also stated that it is the only one. There's only two populations, this one and Gundanara, which are expanding. And the one at Gundanara is now in a decline. So that makes this population very, very critical in making sure that it is done right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Derman. I just wanted to check. I think that Mr. Brian Williams may have joined us by telephone. Can you hear me, Mr. Williams?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm sorry about this. I'm not sure what's happened, but I'll have to do it by phone. So.
That's okay. That's okay. It's your words that matter. So we will swear you in, actually. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
if you could please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, which I think you may have.
Yes, I've got that in front of me. My name is Brian Williams. I'm representing Wilton Action Group. I'm the president of the group. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, and thank you for the submission that you've made to this inquiry as well. Did you have a short opening statement to make as well?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I'd like to
Thanks.
thank the committee for the invitation to address this critical inquiry into the integrity of the biodiversity offset scheme. This inquiry takes on a real urgency in view of the biodiversity destruction we've seen in Australia from the recent Black Summer bushfires. Fires had a major impact on our Wallumbilla Shire from the Greenwattle Creek fire, which was of unprecedented ferocity and now recognised as driven by climate change. The immense damage done to species now makes preservation of species in unburnt areas a top priority. Wilton Action Group, WAG, was formed in early 2018 by professionals to advocate for a far more environmentally and ecologically responsible development in the state-led Wilton growth area. a proposed city of 50,000 people and 15,000 homes. This new Wilton city sits above the critical and pristine upper reaches and headwaters of the Upper Nepean River, which enters the Sydney Basin and has a great number of threatened and endangered flora, fauna and aquatic species around it. This development still has unanswered questions on how yet to be designed water supply and wastewater systems will impact on the entire Hawkesbury Nepean River system. So much so that Wallumbilla Council has just voted on 22nd September unanimously as the consent authority under the Sydney Region Growth Centre SEP that is not satisfied with Sydney water infrastructure servicing at this time, following detailed input from WAG. Our work with organisations like the Total Environment Centre at EDO New South Wales to protect the local Wilton koala population has had limited success, limited because of deliberate avoidance of any biocidentification, real koala protection or biobanking by developers before and after the rezoning of Wilton South East and Wilton North, a process that has also taken place in the adjoining village of Appin. Any biodiversity offsetting responsibility for Wilton is now transferred to the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan, still to be released. We will explore the implications of how that has occurred in relation to the committee in terms of reference on what is essentially a scheme which has increasingly not been able to and cannot deliver required offsets. We'll also explore how much greater transparency is needed for public confidence in the scheme to be restored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for that. So we'll go to members for questions. I'll just kick off with a couple to get things rolling. Mr. Dean, I might start with you. Your submission states on page 12 that the privatisation of the environmental regulatory framework used in biobanking and rezonings and DA applications has created a systemic conflict of interest in regulatory oversight and an incestuous relationship between consultant, client and authority in the Macarthur area. The major players are Ecological Australia, Walker Lend-Lease and New South Wales Planning. Incestuous relationship is pretty strong words. Did you just want to expand on that a little bit and why you wanted to highlight that for the committee in particular? Just start again, Mr. Dean, you're on mute.
That's the saying of the year, isn't it? Yes. Just, in terms of when we've been engaged with projects, so you say New South Wales Planning, we might, there's, say there was a koala roundtable, or, we're doing something with the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. We're often being shown around, and being told something, and then, you'll find that person, they're part of the New South Wales Planning maybe, and that they used to work for Ecological Australia. And they sometimes have worked on the things that you're looking at in that role. And I don't think it's actually natural. It's just a issue for here, but it's like that issue that comes up whenever you having people sort of move between or in very specialized areas, that they become, it's not necessarily always nefarious or anything. It can just be that they're very specialized, so they know stuff. So, if you want to talk about this, their skill set is very well sort of, can be shopped around in a very restricted area. But what it does mean is that when you're looking at something, you're not always sure that the opinion is completely, free and fearless, so to speak, in what that's being talked about. You don't know the whole background of where these opinions have come from and where they've been generated previously. So, that can become, issues, and often you don't find out about it until much later as a sort of process. So it does become, there's an inherent conflict, I guess. Yeah.
So one of these, looking at your submission again, and we think about the state's, well, the New South Wales Environment Minister's commitment or promise or statement that he wants to double koala numbers by 2050. Of course, he's now the Treasurer as well. But then you have just said in your submission and in your opening statement about New South Wales Planning's basically fast-tracked the residential development for Walker in Appin in koala habitat, so smack bang in koala habitat, and then planning has removed the need for koala protections to be followed, such as biodiversity certification and offsets to cover the losses of koala habitat. So they actually don't need to. Just to be clear on this, New South Wales planning has enabled Walker, the company Walker, to develop in koala habitat and have said you don't have to worry about offsetting that koala habitat. Is that right?
Well, so as far as I can see, and I'm welcome to be corrected, but you know, so first of all, the one that went out at Macquarie Dale, that project, which has now been expanded into that area, the original proposal that went before the Wallandilly Council was rejected. But in that rejection, there was a biobank offset for it. So at least they were saying, well, we're going to remove some koala habitat here, and you'll have to get it over there. And that proposal was rejected because, you know, it was about, again, they're thinking about the contiguity in the corridors. So there's something else rather than just habitat, which is often the problem with biocertification. But in the most recent one I've seen, there doesn't seem, there's nothing in the reports that I've read where they have to offset that amount. There is no biobank offset for what they're removing. So basically they're just removing koala habitat in the area. And then on the other side, they're just saying, well, it's okay for koalas because we're not going to remove this bit. So, you know, everyone should be happy. And there's no give, the whole point of biocertification in that point, which was, you know, at least there was a semblance of a like for like, and that seems to have been removed. Yes.
I wonder, Mr. Williams, whether you wanted to comment. I'll go to you as well, Mr. Derman, on this. So this is quite extraordinary that we do know that we can't lose any more koala habitat, and there is a requirement, even if some of us find it, we don't agree with it, but there is a requirement if you clear koala habitat, right, to at least offset it. But the bigger developers like Walker and Lendlease, is it true that in southwest Sydney, where we've got our kind of best koala population really, that koala habitat is being removed? The government has allowed these developers to remove koala habitat without necessarily offsetting it. Mr. Williams?
Yes, this is correct. In our understanding, Ecological Australia, who's mentioned in the Guardian reports, did an original assessment for the Department of Planning and Environment called the Greater Macarthur Biodiversity Assessment. Now, on page 17, I forwarded that to the Secretariat this morning, it shows significant red flagged areas for flora and fauna conservation and right down through the Wilton growth area as well as the Greater Macarthur. However, in 2017, DPE commissioned Ecological Australia to deliver a new biodiversity study for the purpose of informing then the Wilton Land Use Infrastructure Implementation Plan. That's very wordy. Both reports show a large area of Walker Corp's land being constrained by the land area as the priority conservation land. But in the report's conclusion on page 30, if you have it in front of you, it confirms the proposed conservation network includes all lands identified in the priority conservation lands except for an area in the southern extent of the Wilton PGA where there is no vegetation. And that is where the finger of land in Wilton southeast and significant koala habitat was located. So its vegetation was derived native grass, core koala habitat, and by this discrete action in that study, it was enough for the Department of Planning to strike out this conservation area and redefine it as urban capable land in the LUIIP. It was a big no-cost win to Walker Corp. We also note the reviewer for the 2015 study was Stephen House, who's mentioned in the Guardian articles and quoted in our submission. So definitely this was configured to be enabling the developer not to have the constraints recognized and offsets arranged. So that's what's occurred. Mr. Saldine's correct.
So who did what there, do you think, Mr. Williams? Just to like, you've explained kind of what happened in the facts. Yeah. So what do you think happened? Who did what for who, if you know what I mean? Like, you're suggesting that the report was changed to facilitate development, right? or?
Yes, that's what it appears to be. I always use that qualitative thing. So I would say that basically the OEH took the lead in trying to make sure that the critically endangered and threatened species across the Wilton Southeast area, which were defined as such under the Threatened Species Conservation Act and the Commonwealth Environment and Biodiversity Conservation Act, and the fact that there was a very limited, about 1% of the entire forest there, which is shale, sandstone transition forest. All this was a critically endangered ecological community, which would be most impacted by the development, and it was not abundant in the region. So OEH, at a meeting on site, which I've sent you the details of who was there in the on-site GIPA document from DPE, that was discussed, but Walker Corp therefore came to the conclusion and presented the conclusion that it was not viable for Wilton Southeast to proceed without this particular finger of land being included in the urban capable definition, which Ecological Australia had delivered in 2017 report. So they had that powerful submissions coming then from following that meeting on site in March 2017. The Office of Environment Heritage did a submission to the DPE for the need for a biocertification on Wilton in the priority growth area, as it would deliver better environmental outcomes, and all this sort of avoiding impact on environmental values was including biodiversity was a fundamental planning principle. But they also warned what would happen if that was not done. You would need a comprehensive ground truthing consideration of threatened flora and fauna for the impacts to be considered. And then subsequently the OEH recommended against rezoning Wilton Southeast because of the 373 hectares of shale transition forest there, and also because of the very adverse impact on koalas. However, the Wilton Southeast was rezoned subsequently on the 13th of April, and a lot of this discussion, this year about how it was done in the meetings of Darryl Maguire, Walker Corp Chinese developer, with then Anthony Roberts, the planning minister, were laid out in a speech by the Honourable David Shoebridge on the 26th of September 2018. And he concluded that from what he presented, that there was something rotten in Wilton and southwest Sydney. So this has meant that the result of rezoning the priority conservation land as urban capable has meant Walker Corp do not have to fund biocertification and biodiversity offsets. And it now falls in Wilton to the draft Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan to be the instrument for Wilton to achieve some sort of biocertification by the Growth Centre SEP VCP announcing in 2019 that the Cumberland Plain would now carry forward any biocertification or offsetting potential for that. But the extraordinary thing of all this, of course, is that given the detailed assessments by OEH and Wallandilly Council and other experts, this is just a failure of the planning process in an area of really high conservation value and biodiversity in a greenfield site with huge potential impacts on Sydney's water and air quality. Because the Cumberland Plain forests here are vital lungs for Sydney outside the metropolitan area. So we say, why couldn't Wilton be declared an area of outstanding biodiversity value by the Minister under the Biodiversity Conservation Act?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I am conscious that other members will have questions as well. Mr. Durman, do you have anything to add to? Okay, Ms. Sharp, do you have questions for these witnesses?
Yes, I do. Not a lot, but I do. Thank you very much for your submissions, and particularly to Barry and Saul, and well, to all of you really, for your ongoing efforts in terms of trying to save this very important koala population that's really at the pointy end of the conflict, of land use conflict in this state. I think it's really a big issue. What we've heard from Mr. Williams, and thank you for taking us through, the very kind of potted history of the decision making in relation to these matters. I mean, my question is just sort of just a broader one quickly, and it might be one for you, Mr. Dean. How is it possible that OEH within the department, no longer obviously exists, but exists in a certain way within the broader DPIE? I mean, What's your understanding of how they can be finding all of these issues, but they're not actually considered, or they seem to be being ignored in the planning process? I'm happy for all of you to have a go at this one, but I mean, I know it sounds like quite a naive question, but the public generally think that we are, listen to the minister, think that we are trying to protect koalas. They would, I think, be extremely shocked to know that there's actually no offsetting, that just has been able to happen, and there's this kind of constant change. Anyway, that's a very long, sorry, that's a very long question. My real issue is, where is the failure in terms of our environmental agencies within DPIE being able to actually have influence on the planning process?
Could I have a go at that?
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Saul, you can weigh in, please, if you want to. I would just like to say that the whole conceptual model of this is after the fact. It's like it's pushed down, kick the can down the road is the sort of, seems to be the philosophy of the government on this. I mean, it's described by one former member of the government as a handbrake on investment. But in fact, when you look, and I won't go into detail of this, but we cite in our submission the Millennium Assessment, which was the global thing, a very important thing for biodiversity done quite a few years ago. And that essentially says you have to integrate biodiversity planning into business strategies at the very outset. And that is not what we see here. In spite of the attempts by the OEH to put the key issues that need to be resolved before you do any rezoning are not listened to, because that would incur higher costs and it would include offsetting in a very high level of biodiversity conservation value area like Wilton. So this is where it falls down, I believe, is that the inability of people within the government who have the role of defending the environment in a sensible way and balancing it with economic growth are not being listened to, in spite of the strength and validity of their case. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess, I mean the overall issue, I think, has become that, in essence, New South Wales Planning has become the Ministry for Residential Development, and so by becoming that residential development and seeing that as the primary goal of planning, it seems to have moved aside other really important considerations, or devalued them, or seconded them. So I mean, it's certainly around Campbelltown. I mean, the koalas arriving in that area is like an economic godsend in a way. I mean, it has the potential to turn around Campbelltown's economy, provide sustainable long-term jobs, connection with their heritage and something. But the only tool that, or prism through which everything gets seen, even in that area, when something like the golden goose arrives, is how does that fit with housing? How does that work with residential? Look, we've got an economic driver here, which is residential development, and so other ideas have a lot of much harder way of permeating through that mindset, and so you do seem to get OEH lauded over in that sense by I guess planning. I mean, hopefully that's changed a little bit, I think, more recently, but that's certainly been the case pre-COVID.
Thank you for that. I've just got one more question at this point, which is, and I know during the koala inquiry there was some discussion of this within the kind of biodiversity offset issue, and something that concerns me greatly is the sort of double dipping in relation to offsets, where things that are already set aside for preservation are now being used again as a secondary offsite. And I know there's some specific examples in around Wilton but also just more broadly across that whole Campbelltown area. Could you just take the committee through what's happening with those?
Yeah.
So okay. So
I've got an answer, but if you want to go, I'll just really briefly, Madam Chair. The problem is the lack of data at each site and the investment to regularly map the changes in the areas of vegetation, which leads to double digging. The current BCT Biodiversity Conservation Trust data bank doesn't contain anything like the detail as the former biodiversity register, but you need data which is detailed and so it show how conditions imposed on developers are actually implemented on the ground. It was a requirement of the biobanking scheme framework that government develop a publicly accessible spatial viewer of biodiversity conservation commitments to avoid offset double dipping. Development began on this vital too, but has lapsed. And as a key offset integrity measure, we say the proposed biodiversity investment spatial viewer should be urgently introduced now, because restoring the greatest possible degree of public visibility on all operations of the scheme is the only way that any misconduct, malpractice, or indeed corruption will be effectively contained. And the scheme's very nature is intrinsically vulnerable to interference from higher levels, we submit.
Okay. I'll just jump in.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Mr. Dean. Yeah.
So, look, I think Gilead, as always, is a great example of how bizarre this gets. So, first of all, Narumba Reserve was the big one. So, I think it was like 151 koala credits were put aside to that. Narumba Reserve had been a bushland reserve for like 20 to 30 years or something before it applied to be a biobank. It already had koalas in there. Koalas gained obviously not a single tree from that biobank experience. The only people that gained from that, I think it was about $5 million for Campbelltown Council. Hopefully, if that was meant to be that they bought that to acquire land somewhere else, there might have been, you know, a benefit for koalas more broadly, but certainly not for that area and not for those koalas, which is when we're talking about the corridors that are so important. The other thing where it gets really bizarre is on Gilead, you could effectively remove half the habitat, and then apply for biobanking for the other half to compensate for the ones you've just removed. So it would look like you're actually improving the biobank and protecting all this koala habitat, but you've just removed half of it. You applied half of that to the biobanking on site. And that's what's happening in Gilead at the moment. They're biobanking the red flagged areas as well to compensate for other koala habitat that we're removing on site. So it's bizarre.
If I can jump in there.
Thanks, Mr. Dem. Go for it.
One of the other things that I find troublesome is in Gilead, it's going to be like a gated suburb, i.e. there'll be a koala fencing all the way around to stop the koalas going in, which is the new way of doing it. Okay, but inside that area is a few biobank areas. There's one area that has got koala credits. Now, I find it rather alarming that you can actually have koala credits on a biobank site that won't be used by what the credits they're getting for, which is koalas. So I find that rather strange.
So you'll have
Yes.
koalas on the other side of the fence looking longingly at their favourite koala feed trees, unable to get there, Barry.
Yeah, that's precisely it. I mean, what we really need, and I've been trying to promote this, is you're not looking at, if you're looking for koala corridors, you've got to look outside of the fence. You need to not look inside what's being discussed as open space and a nice corridor for birds, which is good, but you've got to look outside the fence and seeing what is going to be left for a koala corridor. And at the moment, it's now less than what it was in the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Derman. We'll go to Mr. Justin Field, who I understand has questions as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you for your submissions and evidence today. This is probably one for Mr. Williams in the first instance. But from your submission, obviously the rezoning in the Wilton growth area, you've outlined in some detail, how the biodiversity certification process that's been applied here has sort of been co-opted and massaged to suit. It was never the intention for these biodiversity certification processes to happen after rezonings. It was sort of supposed to be a process that happened up front. At the moment, have you got any certainty at all what biodiversity offsets will accrue for the rezoning that's been approved at Wilton?
No, the only thing I can say is that the Cumberland Plain, as mentioned in the DCP, actually mentions this about what can be done. And the language that was used in that was to really about, this will be the instrument for the future land development. This is 2019, which is happening now. And the main objectives were to addressing costs of offsetting on development viability, identifying conservation areas, and providing certainty for the development industry. And any future land development in the Wilton growth area and infrastructure will need to avoid areas of high biodiversity values where possible, and then implement strategies to mitigate avoidable impacts. Clearly, this goes back to what the OEH was on about with Wilton in terms of the total package of biodiversity value and the need to do biocertification. But I am not aware of any announcements about that, and we are waiting to see what the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan final version actually delivers in respect of this.
So what ability do you have to engage in that process? I mean, this has been some time coming. It's been delayed. Obviously, a lot of the growth and development that's planned is going to be managed or mitigated through this strategic biodiversity certification for Cumberland Plain. How engaged are you in that process? What opportunities have you got to engage in that process? I mean, what if it comes out and it just entirely has failed to provide for your region? What recourse is available, given this is supposed to happen up front?
I think it's in the court of the public at that point for people to understand the impact of what that will mean. I pointed out about the lungs of Sydney in relation to the Cumberland Plain shale transition forest, etc. here, the destruction of koala habitat. We will have a very strong advocacy in response because we've already set up and understand that this now being the default for biocertification, we have to keep engaged with it. We have tried that with Saul and the TC and the EDO on the koala front when walkers claimed commercial in confidence for their koala plan of management. There is still none koala plan management. There is a Shire-wide thing that's supposed to have been announced by the council, but I think it's held up with koala SEP issues that haven't been resolved, and probably we may see all this in the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. I would put a plug in for something else. There's a town in Wilton in the UK which actually has a very different approach to community engagement, in which the submission is just the starting point for the community, where the local council works with the community right through to the final decision, which is then put back to a referendum. I would suggest we need something that really does encourage local decision making like that, but we haven't got it. Thank you.
So broadly, and this is probably for all of you, I mean, do you support the biodiversity certification process? I mean, it's been used in a very limited way so far. This is the only strategic one. There are only a handful of other biodiversity certifications, but I'm seeing that more and more being used by developers where they hold a parcel of forested land and they say, I want to develop this section, and basically they put up to the government, we'll protect that other section that we've got. So we still see that net loss. Do you support biodiversity certification as part of the offset scheme?
We'll go to Mr. Dean first.
Yeah, look, I think this is complicated. The problem with the biodiversity certification scheme is that it's non-spatial. So it's a bit like it assesses confetti across the landscape. And so as we move into a situation where, fragmentation is becoming much more of the issue, if we're not putting down some sort of sense of corridors and connections right at the beginning, then, you know, these things are just being sort of slowly taken, and you have this problem of, you know, chasing diminishing returns. You know, you're removing this, where are you going to try and find that? Oh, well, that one's being developed, so you've got to try and put it over there, then that gets developed. So it keeps them getting chased, you know, and you're trying to sort of find where the next one is in a like-for-like situation. And that's why I can see the conditions of biodiversity certification rapidly getting weaker and weaker. And we've already seen this. You know, first there was no double dipping, you know, then there wasn't allowed to use, you know, existing government lands and so on. But all those ones have slowly fell away if they've found the problem of trying to find it. Where it would work is if you were to say, you know, in combination with a little bit of, you know, rehabilitation, and this is like very careful about using that, because I don't, you know, removing established mature trees and then replacing it with, you know, future trees is, you know, is problematic. But there is, you know, if you've got setbacks or vegetated riparian setbacks and so on, and you know there's a corridor going through there, if there was a reduced rate at which, you know, biobanks could be offset into that area, then at least you know you're growing the open space. And that's what's really important, that we need to grow the open space. At the moment, it's just declining all the time. And so, yeah, I've got reservations. I mean, the thing about it is previously you could remove you know, habitat and foliage and there would be no reconsent. You'd either agree to it or not. So I guess the idea of some sort of sense of funding for something which will inevitably lost is not necessarily a bad idea, but its application becomes so important. And that's where it's becomes so, it needs to be very rigorous, very transparent. And there's always a problem when you create a government marketplace, about who has the knowledge, who has the insights, who has those connections in order to sell on that onto that marketplace.
Thank you, Mr. Williams or Mr. Derman. And if any other members have questions, just message me, because we've only got a few minutes left. Mr. Williams?
Yes. In relation, is someone asking me a question? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you just, because Justin's question before was potentially directed to all.
I think Mr. Derman did want to respond, and maybe then hand over to someone else.
Yeah,
When things come up for biodiversity, biocertification, I think a lot of public that don't understand what it means when it comes down to basics. I know a lot of people in our group don't understand it. They can't. I mean, here we are, we're trying to save one area, but we destroy another one. To me, what you're doing is gradually 50% of what you're trying to save will be gone, because you can't protect one area and then say, oh, well, we'll destroy that area and we'll protect that one over there, because you're 50% down.
Yeah, this is right.
I mean, that's the way that I feel about it. But biocertification, by its name, it should be something that we look at.
Can I? Sorry, Mr. Williams. Did you?
I was just going to say what we really need to do. Sorry. Okay.
That's okay. Sorry, Barry. I thought you were finished. You finished.
No, I was going to say what we need to look at the overall picture. I mean, at the moment, there's a good chance between the Georges River and the Blue Mountains to put in a proper corridor.
Okay.
But it's not being looked at, because once it all gets biocertified and all that swathe of land goes, there's no chance. So what we're doing is always on the catch up. Oh yeah, but that was done 10 years ago, or that was gazetted 5 years ago. It always comes back to old documentation that have been put in place years ago when people didn't really know what was there.
Yeah,
now we know what's there or could be there. There's a development called Kellerman Drive that never had any koalas on it, but it was koala habitat. It went to the Land and Environment Court. The judge then decided with Robert Close that maybe koalas will be there in a few years' time. And the few years' time, there was a female with a joey on that site. So although places haven't got the biocertificate, although they haven't got the animals that live in there that would certify that area, if they're linked, they should come there. I mean, we don't know what was there 50, 100 years ago because that was all wiped out. So now they're expanding. They're only going back to where they were. And that is the problem. We don't know what was there. They are expanding. And the Blue Mountains one, we believe, coming. We don't know.
Thank
There's
you.
so many variables, but developers want an answer now.
Yeah.
And they say, we want it done here.
Thank
and
you,
that's
Mr.
about
Jett.
it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We actually are out of time. Mr. Williams, did you want a very quick word? It sounds like you wanted to say something.
Oh, just basically, I reinforce what I've said about the data and transparency. The New South Wales Chief Scientist has advocated in the recommendations for integrity of water data. Same thing should apply with biodiversity offsetting. But basically, what Barry and people have talked about, I think it's showing that biodiversity offsetting is encouraging clearing in more fragmented landscapes and offsetting in more intact landscapes. And that increases the loss of already heavily impacted ecosystems if the policy doesn't restrict offsets to the same ecosystem types as those impacted. And that does not include revegetation, which has been shown to be ecologically unsound. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. So I just wanted to thank you all for your submissions. Thank you for appearing before this very important inquiry and, of course, for the work you do, particularly in Southwest Sydney and for Southwest Sydney's koalas. So thank you all. The committee will now break for lunch. We are back with our next witnesses at 1 o'clock. See you then.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Jack Bolton and Mr. Jeffrey Bolton. It's Andrew here from the Secretariat.
Andrew.
Hello. I just want to quickly first check both your sound. Brian, I assume you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And Jack and Jeffrey, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, well, we are live, but we're just on a quick break and we'll be recommencing in a moment. So please just have your oath or affirmation ready. We'll proceed in a moment. And Jack and Jeffrey, it may be helpful for our audio recording if you can identify which of you is speaking when you go first. You can now mute your microphone until prompted. Thank you.
Right, welcome everybody. It's Kate Fairman here, the chair. We'll just kick off our next session. It's just turned over to 1 o'clock. So I will welcome our next witnesses while the members are getting back, and we'll swear you in. So we'll start with the Deep River group if we can. So we've got Mr. Jeffrey Bolton and Mr. Jack Bolton. You now need to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, the words of which I believe you have in front of you. We'll start with you, Jack.
Yep, my name is Jeffrey Bolton. My position is the Director of Operations at Deep River Group. I'm going to swear an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Jeffrey?
Thank you. My name is Jeffrey Bolton. I'm the Managing Director of Deep River Group. I will also give an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jenkins, we'll go to you now. If you could do the same, state your name and position title, please, and swear either the oath or affirmation.
Certainly. My name is Brian Jenkins. I have a PhD in environmental planning. I am appearing today as President of the Environment Institute of Australia and New Zealand. I am also an adjunct professor at the University of Adelaide. I will take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now we have the opening statements time. We'll go to the Deep River witnesses first. Do you have a short opening statement for the committee?
We do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jack Bulfin. Appearing alongside me is Jeffrey Bulfin, and we represent Deep River Group. Our company provides holistic real estate development services, and we have extensive experience in development projects involving biocredits. Earlier this year, we wrote to landholders and developers who use the biodiversity offset scheme and requested that they complete a survey and contact us about their experience. We collated the responses, prepared our own analysis, which formed our submission to this committee. Deep River Group is proud to support the New South Wales Biodiversity Offset Scheme, and we believe promoting and protecting biodiversity values is of paramount importance. Our submission concludes that the digitisation of the Biodiversity Offset Scheme marketplace will improve participation in the scheme by investors and landholders, stimulate investment into the scheme, simplify the transaction process, facilitate faster and more efficient transactions, and promote transparency and accountability. Ultimately, it is our position that modernising the scheme will trigger a paradigm shift. Such a shift will yield significant benefits for landholders, developers, investors, and most importantly, biodiversity outcomes. We believe that the credits should be attractive to buy and hold, not purely for developers and the government to purchase and retire. Our company has built marketplace software utilising blockchain technology for which we believe the biodiversity offset scheme would benefit enormously. However, we are advocating for the change irrespective of who the government may partner with to move forward. In summary, our submission advocates for the biodiversity offset scheme to remain. However, we support the modernisation of the scheme to improve participation, increase efficiency and build trust, transparency and accountability.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Jenkins, do you have an opening statement as well?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
The EINZ submission indicates firstly support for the biodiversity offset scheme, secondly suggests some adjustments to improve the operation of the scheme, and thirdly indicates the need for changes in the regulations to improve the management of potential conflicts of interest for environmental practitioners operating within the scheme. While our submission includes contributions from many very senior New South Wales accredited assessors who are very knowledgeable in the operation of the scheme, none of them were available to be present today. Spring is the busiest time of the year for ecological work, and this combined with the easing of lockdown restrictions and backlog from the lockdown period has meant substantially increased demands on their time to fulfil their consulting requirements. I'm very familiar with biodiversity offsets, having introduced a mitigation banking scheme for the Main Roads Department in Western Australia when I was Chief Executive of the Department of Environmental Protection. However, I'm not an expert in the operation of the New South Wales scheme and would likely need to take questions relating to the technical aspects of the scheme operation on notice. EINZ supports the mitigation hierarchy in the biodiversity offset scheme of avoidance of impacts wherever possible, mitigation of impacts, and compensation of remaining unavoidable impacts through offsets. The biodiversity offset scheme provides an incentive to avoid and reduce impacts. It provides biodiversity management in perpetuity and is scientifically robust. There are, however, adjustments that would improve the operation of the scheme. We have a concern about its increasing complexity. For example, there is variation in the entry requirements into the scheme, and simpler and consistent triggers for the BOS across all types of approvals would be desirable. There have been significant issues with the biodiversity offset payment calculator, which provides a costing for the proponents to meet a biodiversity credit obligation by a payment to the Biodiversity Conservation Fund. We note that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust is working on changes to these costings. We support this, subject to the robust governance processes being put in place to avoid potential conflicts of interest being developed prior to the BCT taking on this role. There is not clear advice on the capital gains tax implications of stewardship sites. In particular, tax liabilities can be incurring years in advance of the sale of credits, which can be a disincentive for participation. In some instances, we see that it would be desirable to provide flexibility in the scheme to facilitate better threatened species management, such as broad-scale pest management control, rather than just management of a specific site. We also feel it would be preferable for biodiversity certification approvals to have a clearly defined and transparent process for minor amendments to develop or conservation boundaries, particularly where information becomes available after the initial decision on biodiversity certification. While the regulations define a fit and proper person, they do not provide an adequate basis for managing potential conflicts of interest in the biobanking process for environmental practitioners. The process needs to ensure that the professional integrity of practitioners can be demonstrated in relation to commercial transactions in the process. This is needed to protect practitioners, government, and the public interest. We are interested in discussing with the New South Wales Government the development of rules and guidelines to provide clarity to situations considered to be potential conflicts of interest and appropriate mechanisms to deal with such situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we'll now go to questions, and I'll just kick off with a couple. Just questions to the Deep River Group witnesses. Thank you for your submission. Yeah, it's very good to get a submission from those of you who are kind of operating within the market, and the detail that you have provided is very useful to us. And thanks for undertaking the survey and for participating in this. One of the recommendations that you have made is that the Office of Environment and Heritage consider implementing solutions that would increase market insights and transparency in the transactions of the biodiversity offset scheme marketplace. Could you kind of expand a bit upon that? Why is that needed? And in some ways, from your perspective, how the marketplace kind of operates?
Certainly. To start with, the transaction register, which is publicly available, does provide some analytic insight into the market. However, it's not sufficient for the bio credits to be useful as an investment tool. Beyond that, the pricing calculator and the systems which allow a developer to analyse what the price may be for a credit are significantly under-resourced. The frequency at which those prices update is insufficient. And beyond that, the capabilities that are necessary to understand where a price should be are not enabled. And for example, if there's an entity which transfers credit for an unusually low amount of money, and that might be because they're moving it from one entity to another, those low transactions are all recorded in the pricing scheme, and it doesn't filter out those transactions, which means that the price that's displayed to a user is quite significantly incorrect. Beyond that, the transaction register provides a single Excel sheet that you can export to search for transactions and trends. And in the case where there might only be one transaction for a credit, you don't have any insight into the market sentiment for those credits, where the market really truly believes the price should be. Our recommendation is about increasing the update frequency so that prices are updated either in real time or near real time, and providing more versatile and robust information to people who want to use the scheme, and that might include more information about the parties and their previous transactions. It might include, in terms of the actual credits themselves, the volatility of the marketplace for those credits, previous highs and lows, that are in a more robust and useful manner.
Yeah, thank you. Because we're kind of hearing that basically the market, because of that, is kind of, it's undervalued in terms of the Biodiversity Conservation Trust has these credits, but they're for landholders. There's not enough incentive for landholders with native vegetation, certain ecosystems on their land, to conserve that land with those credits. So what you're suggesting will increase the cost. Like if it was operating the calculator, and if it was operating in the correct way, those credits would be a lot higher. Is that correct? Because there would be a market that would be in some ways incentivizing more trade, and those credits, most credits should actually be higher than what they are. Is that your interpretation of, if what you recommend happens, those credits will increase in value?
Well, I can't speak to whether most credits are undervalued or overvalued, but we do believe that with greater market participation and greater activity in the marketplace, and we think that a system like that would increase the likelihood someone would engage, that the credits would have definitely more value, if not at a dollar-to-dollar way. They would have more value because they're more of a liquid asset that a landowner can sell.
Do you find, so is it your experience that there are people out there with owning properties that are keen to kind of participate in this market, but is it that they're actually not getting the value that they want, and there's this kind of missed opportunity? Because we've heard that earlier this morning. Is that your experience?
My experience would be that the complexity of registering a site is so complex that the average person could not participate without significant guidance from lawyers, ecologists, and, in my opinion, financial advisors. And as you say, the cost to a landowner is far higher than just the cost of what they're not able to do on that site if they agree to protect the vegetation. The cost is in the trust deposit. It's in, as Brian had said before, it's in the taxation of it as well. There is a very high cost, and with stimulated market activity, we believe that there would be a way to provide some kind of comfort to those costs, so that probably more landowners would get involved.
I sort of Ms. Cusack from the government has a question on this. Catherine, sorry, Catherine, you've got to unmute yourself. Still no success yet. Okay, so Catherine has said she needs to try again. Is there anyone that wants to jump in with a question while we're waiting for Catherine? Because I was about Justin.
I can, Kate. And thank you both for your attendance, all of you for your attendance today. I do have a couple of questions. They sort of fall out of some information that came this morning, so just a little bit of background. There is a transition going on of the calculator to the BCT. That was, I think, referred to by Deep River Group. That's been delayed, we know, but Some of the offset payments that have been made to the BCT in the past have recently been revalued. It gets revalued their liabilities regularly, and there's a substantial shortfall now between what's been paid and what they expect to be the cost of acquitting those offset obligations. That would suggest to me that this transition would see probably the cost of credits going up. Is that your understanding of what's likely to happen as a result of this transition? And if not, how would we see those costs being maintained at sort of the level that there are at the moment?
Right. I do think that the value of credits over time will increase, as with any market, but the biocredit market is very much subject to the same forces of supply and demand that any market is. And with a more efficient process, with more people who are able to participate in the scheme, the supply can increase as well. And with that occurring, you see a sort of price stabilisation that reverts to the market's growth curve that would have occurred irrespective of a change to the system. So that you're balancing the supply with an increased participation of landholders with the demand from an increased participation from investors and developers.
But that increase in supply ultimately that's going to stabilise the market would have to be stimulated by making the process of assessing easier. Would be limiting the sort of the technical expertise that would be required, but that would challenge the integrity of the system, wouldn't it? How would you possibly make that easier, even if there was demand in the system, being able to, reduce the cost of establishing the credit value of particular land is it's just a technical process, right?
Well, yes, the process of assessing is technical, and I can't comment on whether that methodology should be changed. That's probably a question better suited for Mr. Jenkins. But in terms of maintaining the integrity, there is a lot of bureaucracy and processes that are inefficient that are not part of the assessment part. It's part of the administrative work of the registration and the sale. The number of parties within the department and the government that are involved in the administrative side creates a significant slowdown and inefficiency in the market. So optimizing that doesn't come at the cost of challenging the integrity of the market.
Mr. Jenkins, do you have anything to add to that?
Certainly the advice from our accredited assessors who contributed to the submission would agree with the concern that the complexity is a disincentive, that the taxation treatment is a disincentive. If we want to expand the supply, then reducing the complexity, having consistency of triggers, making certain that it's much easier for people to participate in the scheme would certainly be highly desirable if you want a greater supply and a greater willingness of people to invest in land for biodiversity purposes.
One more, if I may.
Sure, that's fine. We'll go to Catherine. Yep.
Just one more quick one. I don't go, Catherine. You're right.
All right, you go, Justin.
We've received submissions that recommended that the BCT option for acquitting offsets be reserved for smaller developers where the costs of producing their own credits are prohibitive, with sort of stewardship site production and market credits purchases enforced for larger developments. How do you feel about that recommendation?
That recommendation, I think, would present a number of challenges. I think that where possible, market transactions are preferable for the scheme. I think that you get the best biodiversity outcomes and the best economic outcomes where market transactions are utilised. The BCT offering a ceiling price, I think, plays a very important role in controlling the overall market. And I think that you would be more likely to see the prices have issues if the BCT option were only available to smaller developers. I think you might have a comment about this.
Yeah, look, I think our view is that the BCT's involvement should be there as, if you like, a backstop in the event that the credits that somebody's after purchase are not available in the free market. So that you know, if rather than sort of divide it up and then try and find some dividing line between what's a big developer and what's a small developer, if the credits that a developer requires are available in the marketplace, our view is that they should be forced to work in the marketplace and look in the marketplace and be active there, rather than just simply default to the BCT. And that the BCT should really only be there in the event that the credits are not available, and their lack of availability would otherwise prevent their development from proceeding.
Just go to Ms. Cusack now.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to come back to some remarks that Mr. Bulfin made about the pricing and the fact that it is distorted by some transactions, such as an entity transferring credits to an internal transfer to another site. I see. Is that what you were referring to? And that information going into the calculator is deflating the price. Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. Essentially, there's a number of transactions that occur, and there can be a whole range of reasons why. But
I wanted to ask why someone would do that. That was my question.
And so essentially, it could be that there's some kind of arrangement between the landowner and the developer. The developer might also be the credit holder, and those reasons. It's not necessarily that the transaction is undervalued, it's just not an arm's length transaction. And there's no way at the moment to filter out the non-arm's length transactions from the register. And it's particularly complex where the entities that are shown on the register may have no, there's no indication that they're related to one another, other than for someone who's experienced in the system to isolate the price and say that's not likely to have been an arm's length transaction.
So when you say arm's length, you mean competitive? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So they need to filter out the non-competitive transactions in order to know what the actual competitive market price is?
Yes.
Okay. So why would people... I guess what I'm trying to understand is, in terms of underpricing it in an internal transfer, would that be for a tax benefit?
It'd purely be for a cost benefit. The transfer has to have some kind of, consideration for it. So it might be a $1 transaction for $1 million worth of credits. But
yes. Why are they doing that? What is the benefit to them in doing that? Why? I mean, doesn't that alter prices in both properties? The ones the credits are coming from to the one they're going to?
Yeah, so when it's a developer, the situation where it's a developer, their development consent will require them to retire a certain number of credits. Assuming that they own the site themselves, they may choose to transfer those credits to the entity which is doing the development, and then retire the credits in the development entity. And in that circumstance, the retirement's registered on the register and the transfer's registered, even though their land holding, and there's a whole host of reasons, which, as you say, it might be tax, it might be liability, that they want to isolate risks between a long-term asset holding and a short-term investment. But those transfers are on the register, and they're noise to what the real market price is.
So how would you modify the register to screen those out?
In my opinion, there should be a way to indicate on the form for the transfer of credits that the transfer is to a registered party, is to a related party.
Related party, got you, yeah.
And have almost two registers, one, and because it is important to know where these credits are going for transparency and accountability for all transactions, but also it's important to have an honest, fair terms pricing. So if you had another separate register item, which is for the competitive market.
So just coming back to the sort of in response to Justin's questions regarding, you know, and the response that was given about ideally these offsets should be used as a last resort when the developer has tried and not been able to source offsets outside of that fund. If it were to, I guess what I'm trying to understand is the impact of the market, what the price calculator tells you is the market price for offsets, which we've just agreed is a bit distorted. How is that impacting the price of offsets outside the biodiversity scheme?
Outside of the scheme entirely, or?
Yes, so I mean, it seems like developers are finding going straight to the scheme is more financially attractive. Is that because the price is being deflated in the scheme? And is that price of offsets within the scheme affecting the market outside the scheme? Like, is there a relationship between the price of offsets inside the scheme with the price of offsets outside the scheme? I'm guessing there would be.
I wouldn't think that the pricing calculator is lower. If anything, it's higher. The reason a developer may go straight to the scheme is because to facilitate transactions is very complex. Particularly if you need 6 different types of credits, then you might have to go to 30 different landowners to be able to fulfill that transaction, and each one has got its own contract, its own terms, and has to go through its own administrative process. But to answer your question directly, I can't provide you an answer for whether that would impact it, simply because to model that kind of an impact, because we're comparing almost apples and oranges with those different offsets and mitigation strategies. It would be a very complex study to work out the relationship.
Just one final question, and I don't know if you can answer this, but in terms of Indigenous landowners, are they participating in this scheme?
We actually heard from, we've got a case study that's in our submission that is from an Indigenous landowner.
Right.
And they are participating in the scheme. And I am led to believe and understand that their involvement in the scheme extends to them assisting and aiding other Indigenous landowners to engage with the scheme.
Okay. So if you were to exclude large landowners, then you could potentially be excluding Indigenous landowners from participating in the scheme? Because their holdings are very extensive. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cusack. I have got another couple of questions. I just wanted to, Mr. Jenkins, in your submission in the closing page, you state that the biodiversity offset scheme results in superior biodiversity outcomes. I think you're comparing that to previous impact assessment processes without an offset protocol, and it results in superior biodiversity outcomes. Could you just maybe explain to the committee? We're obviously getting a number of witnesses who are very alarmed at the biodiversity outcomes under this scheme. Could you just explain to the committee why that's your view?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, if you look at what happened prior to having the potential to purchase biodiversity offsets, you would get avoidance and mitigation, but you would still get residual impacts on biodiversity. And then it was up to a government decision about whether to proceed or not. So it meant that prior to biodiversity offsets, you would have negative adverse effects that would be associated with project approvals. What you have now is where there are residual impacts associated with a project, there is the requirement to offset those residual impacts. And that ability to offset those residual impacts did not occur prior to having the offset scheme. So you're actually getting a better biodiversity outcome. Not only are you getting avoidance and mitigation that occurred previously, but where there are residual impacts, you're getting compensation for those impacts through having the biodiversity offset scheme. So in an overall sense, you're getting a better outcome than what occurred prior to having an offset scheme.
Yeah, there's also the situation, of course, where a lot of clearing is taking place under the proviso that it is going to be offset, and then it's increasingly unable to be offset now. And I assume that's also what you're pointing out in terms of the situation with the scheme, in that those credits, it's very difficult for those, it's increasingly difficult for those credits to be retired under the scheme at the moment.
Your point is a very valid one. You need to have available biodiversity offsets if you're going to be able to compensate for the residual impact. If you don't have the availability of credits, then you don't have the environmental advantage of compensating for those residual impacts. Your point is extremely valid.
I just wanted to get your views as well about the potential for whether the scheme could be tightened up in relation to the potential for people who are undertaking the ecological assessment of an area, if you like, also being able to take advantage of owning land with the basically the credits that need to be sold, you know, as a result of the land that they're assessing. So that kind of conflict of interest, in potential insider trading, if you like, yes, that there's been the allegations in The Guardian, I understand, that are being investigated. What needs to happen? Firstly, is that an issue? Do you know, is it is that happening? And what needs to be done to stop that? Mr. Jenkins, I'll go to you, and then I will go to deeper group as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly believe that is a major concern. The Guardian article certainly highlighted the potential conflict between people as landowners and people associated with the ecological evaluation of the value of the land. Keeping those two separated is one of the key things that is a major concern for EIA-NZ. And as we mentioned in the submission, there is a definition of what a right and proper person is, but it doesn't include the issues around how you manage insider trading. Now, this is not a new issue in other markets. It's one that has not been reflected, though, in the regulations for biodiversity offsets. And we are very concerned about that. If you look at the measures being taken by the major consultancies involved in this, they have taken legal advice, they've set up very complicated processes because of this concern. If there was a clearer definition of what is required, we certainly believe that there are ways of managing this potential conflict. And one of the things that EIA-NZ has done, we have a committee that looks at ethics and professional conduct. And they are in the process at the moment of trying to transfer some of the concepts from insider trading for other professional market-based activities to what would be relevant for a biodiversity offset scheme. But we'd rather see a much greater transparency of those processes so that the environmental practitioners are involved, can demonstrate consistency with the management of that potential conflict of interest. And it's certainly a major concern to our members and to the accredited assessors who are involved in the overall scheme. We would certainly like to see improved regulations around defining how you manage to avoid insider trading.
So you've obviously discussed this quite a bit within with your colleagues and your institute. What are some solutions then? Would it be that people who are working in the field, in an ecological company, for example, shouldn't have land, shouldn't own companies or in any way have land that they benefit and sell to the BCT in terms of credits that they sell as a becomes a biodiversity stewardship site? Does it get down to that level of, well, if you're in this game, you can't do that? What are some of the solutions that you're thinking of?
Certainly, that is one option, but that may be unnecessarily constraining. What I think is particularly important is having openness and transparency of people's association with the process. We've had people both from government and also from the ecology industry looking at the establishment of sites as being a worthwhile investment, not only from a financial point of view, but also from a sustainability point of view. We wouldn't wish to preclude that opportunity, but if that occurred, you would need to make certain that the disclosures were in place so that the whole process was adequately transparent, and it's not at the moment. My colleagues at Deep River mentioned about the need for greater transparency in the transaction process. I think that also applies to management of conflict of interest as well as it does to market efficiency. I think there's a complementary aspect to those components when you're looking at potential changes to get a better biodiversity offset scheme.
Yeah, might go to you, Jack. Have you got something to say on that as well?
We agree with Mr. Jenkins. We believe that generally people do the right thing in the system, but we do need to build the system to be more of a system of disclosure. Transparency is only able to be achieved when you're adequately disclosing people's financial interests and if they have a vested interest in certain sites. There's a number of industries that have been able to adopt disclosures, even within the New South Wales Parliament. Obviously, there's disclosures where there's interests that may conflict. We believe that that can be achieved very efficiently through some form of digital platform, but the scheme should reflect the disclosures that need to be made, certainly in a way that's better than how it's currently being done.
Thank you. Can I just check whether there are any other questions from members for this? Ms. Sharp, do you have questions?
No, you've all been pinching my questions, so it's actually fine. My issues have been covered by the other questions. Thank you.
Justin, do you look like you're... Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It seems to me, and this goes to the point that you were just talking about in answer to the Chair's questions, the government should be, and this is particular, it seems to have been particularly a case, the conflict of interest, not exclusively, but particularly a case for major infrastructure developments, government developments. It seems to me there's a case to be made for better forecasting of state government for likely future offset requirements, like well in advance, and the BCT playing a sort of a proactive role in identifying areas and then engaging landholders and actually having some degree of guidance by the BCT in identifying well in advance and taking advantage potentially of that identification to reduce the costs of these purchases. If there's more forward thinking and planning. Do you have a view about sort of the role that the BCT could play to do better forecasting and identification, so we're getting better value for particularly public money that is being directed towards offsetting public infrastructure?
Look, I think the point that you've raised is incredibly valid. You can get a much better biodiversity outcome if you deal with these issues at the strategic level and if you deal with these issues at the landscape scale. Just focusing on individual parcels of land is a narrow component. And one of the reasons why the scheme was introduced in Western Australia was for Main Roads Department. They had a 25-year plan for their infrastructure, and they wanted to make certain that they had planned in advance for the mitigation banking that they would need. It wasn't on a market-based approach that exists in New South Wales, but because you've got road infrastructure which has a degree of flexibility, but certainly if it's going to connect two places, it's got to have a complete coverage. Working out well in advance the best way to get offsetting of those residual impacts, we would strongly endorse. If you look at developing of biodiversity corridors, that can be achieved if you do it strategically and at the landscape scale, rather than just looking at individual sites. So I would strongly agree with the view that you're putting forward, that it would be highly advantageous to be planning ahead, to be more strategic, and looking at a broader role of biodiversity offsets in biodiversity management, rather than just site management, but looking at it at a broader landscape scale. I think there's plenty of potential for doing that in advance of individual offsets.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Did you have any views on this, either Jeffrey or Jack?
Yep, we agree that better forecasting and better forward planning would certainly assist in a number of really excellent outcomes, but particularly with using taxpayer money more efficiently. One of the questions I would ask is whether the BCT is the best way or the best mechanism to achieve that forward planning, or whether there are other avenues that could be explored. I would suggest that one of the big challenges in forward forecasting is actually the available market information, and that comes within, speaking specifically within this system. As it's quite difficult to forecast when perhaps the last transaction of that particular credit was 10 years previous. So I think that improving information, improving the analytics and insights, and being able to model the market more comprehensively and more quickly would probably aid in the future planning for credit purchases.
Okay, I have another question, if I could, Chair, that is slightly different now. This scheme is, you know, I know there's been schemes before the biodiversity offset scheme that are related here, but largely this is still relatively new, 5 years into it or so. You obviously work with developers. You would have seen biodiversity offsets that were established to offset impacts from development over the last few years. I'm interested to know whether or not there is sufficient management and auditing to ensure that those offsets are being maintained, that the management that's expected to maintain the biodiversity value of those sites is being checked and is being maintained. Can you speak to your experiences of how you've seen those management and auditing obligations, which largely, I think, sit with the BCT, and, you know, maybe for both of the groups of witnesses? Maybe start with the Deep River witnesses.
The management of the biodiversity sites remains with the landholder that set up the site, or whoever is currently in ownership of the site, not the developer. So in terms of how that relates to developers and the BCT and management, I would not feel comfortable to give you an answer on how effective that is.
So you don't see many situations where the developers purchase the land and maintain the offsets themselves. Largely, that doesn't happen too often. It's largely with another private landowner.
Particularly,
Mr. Jenkins, you might have a view on this, I suspect.
I can't respond directly to your question because I haven't got the experience in New South Wales, but the team of people who have been contributing to the INZ submission are the people that are doing a lot of that work I would certainly be happy to take your question on notice and refer it to the people who are doing the day-to-day work in the field in New South Wales to give you a more comprehensive answer. I'm certainly not in a position to give you an answer. They certainly would be able to give you their combined advice on whether that's being achieved effectively.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. That would be useful. Can I just check whether there are any other questions for these witnesses from any of the members? No, yeah, great. Okay, that was very useful for us. Thank you so much for appearing. We're almost out of time anyway. So thank you. You have, I think, requested, yes, just then to take some questions on notice. So the Secretariat will be in touch with you regarding those. Thank you once again for appearing and for your extensive submissions to this inquiry. Thank you. Now, we have a very short break until 1:55 where we will commence our next session. So thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. It's Andrew here from the Secretariat. We are on a short break, but we are live and we'll be proceeding in a moment. I'll first check your sound one by one. Ms. Christie, can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew. Hello. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. Ms. Woods, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Dunnett, can you hear me?
Certainly can.
Thank you. Please have your oath or affirmation ready. You can now mute your microphone until prompted, and the chair will be back in a moment.
Okay, welcome. It's a minute before 1:55, but we will get started because it takes a little time to swear everybody in. So welcome to our next witnesses. We'll start with you, Ms. Woods, to swear you in. If you could state your name and position, title, please, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. I think you've got those words.
Yes, I do. Thanks. Thanks for having me. My name is Georgina Woods. I'm New South Wales Coordinator for Lock the Gate Alliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Christie, we'll go with you. Anna, you're on mute. I'll just get you to unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Anna Christie. I'm the Research Officer for the Wando Conservation and Cultural Centre, and wish to acknowledge the custodianship of the Gomeroi people upon the Laird Forest, which is the subject of our discussion today.
If you could just swear either the oath or the affirmation as well while you're there, Ms.
Yes.
Christie.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Dunnett.
Thank you. Gary Dunnett, I'm the Executive Officer of the National Parks Association in New South Wales, and I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Now we move to opening statements. Ms. Woods, do you have one to make?
Look, I don't have anything really particular to say beyond our submission. My comments at the inquiry are going to be limited to how biodiversity offset scheme applies to state significant development and the mining industry in particular. But yeah, happy to leave it there because I'm basically going to be speaking to our submission.
Okay, great. Ms. Christie or Mr. Dunnett. Ms. Christie, do you have one?
Yes, I do have a few comments to make in addition to our submission. I will not go in detail again into the long history of court challenges, of community activity trying to expose the fallacy of the Maules Creek mine offsets. So what I would like to do, though, is to say, to start at the point where the Wando Conservation and Cultural Centre obtained government information, public access documents, which revealed what was really going on in the background at the Biodiversity Conservation Trust. And what we saw, it was not until the Biodiversity Conservation Trust ecologists walked the land of the offsets that they confirmed what people had been saying for years, which was that the offsets were not appropriate for offsetting the Laird State Forest. They had not been mapped correctly. All of this is detailed in the document, which is now on the Legislative Council's website. And so not only was the Biodiversity Conservation Trust left begging, apparently, for detailed maps, they had to repeatedly request digital files in order to properly assess the offsets. That's shapeware files. We see these documents, these emails flying around, you know, we're desperate for the mapping. And we had a real sense from the Gibber documents that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust was being bullied into approving the Maules Creek offsets nonetheless. So a couple of quick points. What we would like as an outcome from this inquiry, we would really appreciate it if the honourable members of the committee can help to obtain a clear understanding of the transfer of value that is being undertaken in the course of these offsets, in the course of destroying the mine, setting up these false offsets, and then we hear repeatedly about the prospect of the offsets being returned to the national estate, the National Parks estate. We keep hearing this, but there is no understanding of the commercial nature of the arrangements that are going on. The second point, and this relates to some supplementary documents that I've provided, is that when the offsetting took place, they only counted the vegetation that was going to be bulldozed. But what we see now, and you can see in those maps, is that a very large proportion of the Laird State Forest has now become an exclusion zone for 3 mines that are operating there. And that exclusion zone now is in place because the forest is now too dangerous for people to go there due to the mining operations taking place. So it's really questionable whether the actual calculation of even the amount of land that needed to be offset was correct. The second point is that when the offsetting is calculated, a waterhole that is for the use of all the animals in that forest, which was Lawler's Well, which was the only permanent water source in the Laird State Forest, that was never offset. And so that is a big shortcoming in the offsetting system, because it's not just the vegetation that the creatures rely on. They also needed that water source, and now they have to travel. The nearest permanent water source is actually 8 kilometres away, and I've shown you some pictures there to illustrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christie, for that. Mr. Dunner, do you have a short opening statement as well for the committee?
Yes, thanks. The primary focus of MPA over the last 6 decades has been upon the permanent protection areas of exceptional natural and cultural significance. We believe the centrepiece of a healthy, diverse planet is a protected area network that is our national parks, nature reserves, marine parks and other gazetted reserves. We regard the permanent protection of such areas for the protection of biodiversity as the international gold standard. While many protected areas need to be thousands or even millions of hectares to fully encapsulate the full range of biodiversity values, there are many examples of much smaller reserves, such as the extraordinarily diverse Shiprock Aquatic Reserve at barely half a hectare. Relatively small reserves are indeed important components of the protected area network, offering protection to habitats and species that are naturally occurring within restricted areas. It's that belief in the central importance of permanent protection of conservation lands that leads MPA to conclude that the current New South Wales biodiversity offset scheme is fundamentally flawed in concept and operation. it demonstrably fails to ensure the no net loss of biodiversity values at the landscape, bioregional and state scale. I'll quickly touch on just 3 aspects of that conclusion. The first is that the current scheme and its predecessors embed the continuation of net loss of biodiversity in New South Wales. The scheme is based on the premise that an agreement to abstain from future development in one area of high biodiversity value could be used to mitigate the destruction of biodiversity values in another area of similar values. The stark reality is that each such transaction diminishes the remaining extent of threatened ecological communities and threatened species habitat in New South Wales, generally by half. We're expected to accept that a notional commitment to retaining protected areas represents a net conservation gain, whereas the clear outcome is a reduction in the resilience and future viability of all of the impacted biodiversity values. This bizarre accounting process only makes sense if we accept that the purpose of the scheme is to protect development rights, a concept that we would dispute exists in New South Wales law. In our view, the starting point for any biodiversity conservation scheme must be acknowledgement that the state has the obligation to protect all areas of biodiversity value, and that it is only in the most exceptional of circumstances that the destruction of threatened ecological communities or species should be countenanced. If the scheme is to remain in operation, we believe that it's imperative that better statutory mechanisms be developed to ensure that the agreed offsets are permanently managed for conservation purposes, not merely until offset credits expire or the land passes to a new owner. In the absence of stronger mechanisms, the current scheme offers nothing more than fleeting conservation benefits. The most secure long-term arrangement would be the transfer of offset sites to public ownership and management. A legislative pathway to enable a justly compensated transfer of such land should be provided, along with ongoing conservation incentives for those landholders who choose to retain private ownership. Finally, NPA is extremely concerned about the application of the offset scheme to the protected area network. There have now been several instances where major developments have been approved in national parks subject to the payment of offsets. This reflects a fundamental misapprehension of the purpose of protected areas, reducing them to nothing more than the sum of the threatened species they contain, and ignoring their primary purpose in protecting the integrity and function of ecosystems and natural landscapes. Additionally, because there are no private lands containing equivalent habitat to those found in national parks such as Kosciuszko and the Greater Blue Mountains, there is no potential to secure land-based offsets, and accordingly, the approvals have defaulted to financial payments. The Snowy 2 and Warragamba Dam projects set an extremely dangerous precedent for the future of the protected area network in New South Wales. A strong signal against development in parks must be incorporated into the offset scheme. One option would be to place an escalation factor on offsets requirements applying to any development in a protected area. NPA would recommend a minimum escalation factor of 10-fold to provide a strong market signal against such inappropriate development of our most precious conservation resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunner. We'll now go to members for questions. Penny, you can kick off yet.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming, and thank you for your submissions, which are very good. I've got a couple of questions. To Ms. Woods, can you just take the committee through the issue of mine rehabilitation being used as an offset and the way that actually works?
Yes, sure thing. This is a practice that we observed beginning probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And over those years, it has been a bone of contention, and the way that it has been applied has changed a fair bit. So initially, there was a proposal that, yes, mining companies could be allowed to claim as part of their offset obligation the rehabilitation of the same area, the mine, later into the future when the mine closes, but the proportion of their offset that they could, obligation that they could meet doing that was capped at 10%. And there was a lot of concern from the agency and from the Commonwealth about whether ecological mine rehabilitation was possible, whether it would be effective, and obviously the time lag between the clearing occurring and the future habitat being created. And so, it began like that, and there was a lot of argument about it, and studies being done on various sort of contemporary mine rehabilitation sites, and most of the rehabilitation is still in a fairly early phase. So, some mining companies are trying to do more biodiverse plantings on their rehabilitation areas, but they're only sort of 10 or 15 years old, and so, their functionality as habitat is sort of still open to question and not established yet. But then over the years, the cap of the quantity of offsets that could be met through mine rehabilitation was sort of proposed to be raised, and now effectively there's no cap at all. And our view is that this practice is occurring because in reality, and I think Ms. Christie's comments on the Maules Creek issue and the Laird Forest, are related to this, is that for a lot of the endangered ecological communities and species habitat that is being pushed over for mines, there simply isn't intact, good condition bushland, unprotected, available to be purchased and set aside as an offset for many of these communities. It's certainly the case in the Hunter, where there are 4 nationally critically endangered ecological communities, 2 of which are restricted to the Hunter in their extent. So any of it that you're ever going to find still standing is going to be in the Hunter and is going to be under threat from development by mining. And so they simply struggle to find good condition areas of remnant bushland that they can create their offset promises from. And so it means that they then say, well, we can't find any of this bushland, so we're just going to replant it in the future, and we'll create an ecologically an endangered ecological community, from
and sorry,
scratch.
just to be clear, like what's the lifetime of some of these mines?
Well, I mean, that's also open to a lot of uncertainty because, at the outset, they might be getting approval for a 25-year mining operation. But what we see in practice is the mines applying for extension projects and expansion projects. And so big open cuts that are operating in the Hunter now have effectively been in operation already for 30 odd years and, are all expected to continue operating for another 10 or 15 at least. So we're talking about decades before establishment. And then obviously decades beyond that before, you would be in a position to have any kind of functional habitat. And for some threatened species like the Regent honeyeater and like the ecological community, Central Hunter Valley Eucalypt Forest and Woodland, their extinction timeframe is going to come up before that functional habitat, can be established and verified. And there is a lot of, there's a lot of questions been raised about whether it's even possible to do this, for endangered ecological communities, and it's quite unresolved. And I'll just also say that it was an issue that caused a lot of contention in New South Wales and the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth previously had very clear offset policy that did not allow mine rehabilitation to be used to meet offset obligations. Several mines that were going through the New South Wales planning system about 5 or 6 years ago, there had to be this sort of additional offset sites found to great trouble because the Commonwealth was saying it's not acceptable. We're not going to allow this practice to occur. But then a couple of years ago, the bilateral assessment agreement between Commonwealth and New South Wales was amended so that the New South Wales offset policy became the official policy applied to nationally threatened species and communities. And so now the practice is widely used. I guess I'll also say for some mines, I mean, it is widely used, but our submission highlights some in particular egregious because they are clearing a lot of bushland, like the United Wombo project, which got approval to clear 250 hectares of a critically endangered ecological community, and the Mangoola expansion project also. So yeah, there's a couple of mines that are particularly bad examples of it.
And it's the case that well, the fundamental thing you're pointing to is just that there just in so many cases isn't a like for like offset available, and that's not driven by that. Sorry, okay, that's fine. My next question is though, in terms of the monitoring of the offsets that are there, What can you tell us about that?
Well, we don't believe that there is consistent monitoring. That unlike for housing developments and a lot of other kinds of development, the mining industry tends to purchase own offsets. So it's not going to the broker trying to buy credit. So that does happen. But in many instances, the companies are buying property and then promising to set them aside under permanent conservation arrangements. And so because the conditions of the mine consent include the provision of these offsets, it is formally part of the review system, like the annual reporting and the compliance. But we find when we read the annual reviews of the mines that the audits are finding there's weed infestation in the offset site. The offset site still hasn't been secured, 5 or 6 years after the approval was granted. There isn't any enforcement action being taken against those mines, for that breach of their conditions. And I guess our other very long-standing concern is that it was part of the regional land use plan's promise that the government made when it came to government in 2012, that there would be a register of biodiversity offsets. And that still hasn't been established. And so we've just been through the process of mapping for ourselves all of the biodiversity offsets for about 15 coal mines in the Hunter. And it was an extraordinarily painstaking process for us to have to go and do that to find them all. And if you were going to do a development, you just wouldn't know where these properties are unless you were intimate with the industry. And so it's pretty hard to imagine that there's effective monitoring being done, certainly by the government. And I guess we've come across instances where a mine assessment is being undertaken and there is an offset in the area proposed to be cleared for a mine. And we've been the ones who have pointed it out, to the agencies to say, actually, this area was supposed to be set aside as an offset, however many years ago for a different mining development. So there's, there really isn't a sort of a centralized place where that information is kept. And I guess the other issue about monitoring is that, and this is sort of somewhat tangential, but I think quite crucial, New South Wales has kind of underinvested vegetation mapping and habitat mapping. And so in the Hunter, we are using vegetation maps that are 6 or 7 years out of date, and so haven't taken account of all of the clearing that has taken place for the mines since that time. And we really don't have data to adequately describe where the threatened species are and how they're faring in the region. And that means basically that vegetation communities are being used as a proxy for threatened species, and our knowledge of whether or not that's effective, whether the species are present in the offset sites or present in the mining sites, is fully speculative.
Thank you for that. Ms. Christie, do you want to comment on I'm fairly familiar with the leads forest issues that have been ongoing for a long time, but I am particularly interested in the two parts of your submission. One is just, the issue of like for like and what that actually practically means in your neck of the woods, but also, the sort of community exclusion from ground truthing, I think, is very interesting. So
thank you very much for those questions. I would like to echo what Ms. Woods has been saying. In regard to the like for like, the difficulty of actually validating our claims is partly due to the fact that you have to trespass to get detailed, a detailed look at some of the offsets. However, our group has been to have a look at some of the northern offsets. Now, when I say the northern offsets, we're talking about offsets that are about 700 metres higher in altitude and about 40 kilometres distant. And by the way, what we hear now is that Whitehaven, due to the fact that they are now required to obtain more offsets because finally they admitted in March that they didn't have them after dragging the community through this for years and years, insisting they did. They're looking as far as Tingha, they're looking quite long distances. So we went to the northern offsets, and what we saw, contrary to the claims that they are going to, they're going to lessen the amount of grazing, they had actually constructed on one of the properties a massive new infrastructure, massive shed, and we saw hundreds of sheep there. Now, I'll admit this was back in 2015, so we have not been back there since. It's fairly fruitless to do it, because, as I said, you have to trespass, and we have a code of not trespassing because of the reputational problems that it incurs. We have a citizen science group in the area called the Laird Forest Research Node, and we have done baseline studies into birds. Really, it's the capacity that we don't have. We don't have a lot of people to do this kind of work. We think it is in the future a really great avenue to use and to validate some of this material. I will say we do have one coal company in the Laird Forest that has been very transparent and open, has let us repeatedly visit their offsets. That's the Itamitsu, the Boggabri mine, but that is a unique situation, and I would, that is the situation we've got at the moment.
Right, thank you very much. I've got, if members are okay, I've got one more question. That no one wants to jump in at this point.
No,
Right,
fine.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, to Mr. Dunnett, couple of questions. I mean, your submission talks about offsets eventually going into public hands. Can I just clarify, do you mean, so if, say, farmers have got this area, I mean, are you advocating that at the end of, the 20 years or whatever, that then that would become national park? I just want to, can you just clarify what you mean by that?
No, there'd certainly be some circumstances where that is an appropriate outcome, particularly where it's adjacent to an existing reserve and it makes sense from an efficiency point of view in terms of the management. But the core question is, how do you ensure the genuine perpetual management of these lands? So that either means that the state has to say, all right, we'll take that burden off you for lands which are not available for any form of future development, or you provide ongoing mechanisms that provide those ongoing financial incentives for people to manage them appropriately. But these offsets have no meaning if they're only a transitory phase. And much like the example you're given just recently about the mining, we've got a number of those situations in places like Western Sydney where we are seeing places that have been offset largely by government departments, for developments such as the M7, that are now up for destruction and another round of offsetting. And so the principle that these things are actually in any means in exchange for the development of the day is becoming just nonsensical. There has to be a genuine commitment that if they're going to go into that protected bucket, they're there forever.
Yeah, or there's ways to manage that through. Thank you. Can I just? I've got one more question for you, which is, so we had evidence previously today around the offsets question, and some advocacy from people in the development field around the scheme sort of being open to the free market more broadly. Do you have views about that?
Look, we certainly have concerns about the proposition that this is anything but a net loss of biodiversity. But in terms of the market processes, if what it generates is places that actually have genuinely higher long-term prospects because of their geographic configuration, so all those basics of reserve design around, having areas that have as small a boundary for a given surface area and, they're preferably top of the catchments, all those basic sort of factors that mean that an area can be protected from pests, weeds and edge effects long terms, there may be some benefits to that. But the proposition that it's a carte blanche and that all such arrangements will necessarily deliver better outcomes is clearly nonsensical.
And I've got one more, is that okay?
Yes.
My committee members, I've got one more, which is it's the issue of the chronic underfunding of national parks and the way your National Parks Association view on national parks in the future being able to be offset sites which would attract funding to manage them. Do you have a view about that?
if there is a major component of rehabilitation involved, there may be some merit, but that's a relatively small proportion of the protected area estate that would fall into that category. And my understanding is a number of those sites are already being explored for carbon credits, so we've got to be careful of the double dipping. But if we're serious about the nation joining the High Ambition Coalition and looking to double our conservation reserves in New South Wales, clearly there's going to be large areas that are in less than optimum condition. So they may be an option for that.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks, Penny. I'll just jump in with a couple, and then we'll go to Mr. Field. I suppose I'll go to you first, Ms. Christie. I just wanted to pick apart a little bit, if I can, your experience with the BCT and DPI in terms of the department, in terms of trying to draw attention to what the community was finding in relation to Whitehaven Coal's offset obligations. And you went to a lot of work to try and find out exactly whether they were meeting those obligations. So do you think that there was, are you suggesting that there was potentially like willful ignorance, if you like, from any party in terms of the fact they weren't meeting their obligations?
Yes, that's how it seems. It does look like it's a protection racket, actually, because there's no other way that you can explain the repeated covering up of the inadequacies for so many years. And this includes the, I would say, the ignoring of the responsibilities of the proponent towards the Community Consultative Committee, which was the that was the conduit through which a lot of this engagement took place. So back in 2016, there was the review of what they call the Laird Regional Biodiversity Strategy. And this is supposed to be a strategy to manage the cumulative impacts of the fact that there are 3 mines operating in that forest. And we gathered together, I at the time was one of the environmental representatives, and we convened a group of independent ecologists, community members, and we put together a collaborative submission. What we had to go through to try and get information, because we said, look, you're asking us to comment on this, but we don't have maps. We don't actually, we can't tell what we're supposed to be even agreeing to or commenting on. And this went on for quite a long time until one day we heard they're going to give us the maps. And it was really exciting. It was like, great, we're going to get the maps. And then when we got the maps, it was like A4. We're supposed to look at 50 kilometres on an A4 map. And then what was so astounding, but probably shouldn't have been astounding, was when we got the GIPA documents from the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, this body was being asked to make very monumental decisions about approving these offsets on the basis of very minimal information. So, I mean, that went to show that there was something very, very wrong, because you were seeing that this was not a science-based, it was not an evidence-based decision-making. This was some kind of top-down kind of directive. Look, you have to hurry it up and you have to make that decision. And there's something very other interesting feature that was going on, is that Boggabri Coal has got the better offsets. It actually, we know, because we've been there and we've actually seen, they actually not only have the better offsets, the more like for like, but they have invested more in actually genuinely improving their offsets. And yet for some reason, they were behind in the pipeline to get their offsets approved. I mean, it might be just a meaningless,
So just to go back to the protection racket allegation or accusation. So is it your understanding that Whitehaven said that they had to get offsets? They said they had offsets. You investigated it, and in fact, those offsets were nowhere near what they were supposed to be. And so is the protection racket the fact that some people or the agencies were trying to cover up the fact that Whitehaven didn't have the offsets they were supposed to have?
Well, I believe the protection racket starts from the moment when you approve a project which allows the company to continue clearing, even though it's in breach of its conditions. And that's the situation, both at state, as I understand it, both the state and Commonwealth have no ability now, even though Whitehaven now has a 3-year extension in which to secure its offsets to 2024. Guess what? They can actually clear the lead forest again next summer, next February. And so that's where the protection racket starts, is the lack of an appropriate mechanism for, for compliance. And then the protection racket continues with the obstruction against getting information. And then we see the comments in the GIPA document with the a reference to the Department of Planning representatives saying, well, I can't remember the words, but they're in the submission, which is, we're not going to revisit the maps even if they're wrong. And, I don't know exactly, but it does sound to me very much like just...
Well, does that sound like DPI, people within DPI were saying, well, we are just going to let Whitehaven get away with dodgy offsets?
Well, that is how it looks.
Thank you. I just wanted just a general question for all of you, and we'll go to Mr. Field. I'm sure there's more questions. When the Biodiversity Conservation Act was introduced at the time with the Local Land Services Act, and there was this whole reform, and the government at the time, via the minister at the time who was introducing the bills, Niall Blair, stated that this new market-based system will be established for avoiding, minimising, measuring and offsetting the biodiversity impacts of development with flexible options for developers and strategic oversight government. But he said that the objectives are basically to facilitate and ultimately reverse, reforms are to arrest and ultimately reverse the current decline in the state's biodiversity while facilitating ecologically sustainable development. So that was the objective of the reform, to ultimately reverse the decline in the state's biodiversity. So I'll go to you, Ms. Woods, first. What the biodiversity offset scheme, is it working? Is it meeting those objectives?
It's working to facilitate development. It's not in any way working to prevent biodiversity decline. It's facilitating biodiversity decline, because the offsetting is now the sort of automatic assumption for how biodiversity will be treated in major development proposals and their assessments. They're no longer applying the avoid, mitigate, offset hierarchy, and the sort of systematization of offsetting has just meant that it's just the preferred go-to option. If you are clearing something, you go and an offset for it. So in our view, it is hastening biodiversity decline, because it is giving us sort of a stamp of ecologically sustainable development onto fundamentally unsustainable and irreparable harm.
Thank you. That was that.
So,
thank you.
So I can just ask a quick question following on from that, please.
Mr. Pearson, can I just I just want the response from Mr. Dunnett and Ms. Christie.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yep.
Is that all right? I just missed it because you said this essentially in your submission, Mr. Dunnett. I do want to get the National Parks Association view.
Yeah, look, it's just a mathematical certainty that if the entire scheme is predicated around finding comparable areas and sacrificing one, and the other one is supposed to get some form of permanent protection, that there's a net reduction. And again, we're seeing with ecological communities which don't have a market available for them, it's actually just turning into a blood money scheme. And that's certainly the case for places like Kosciuszko National Park with the Snowy 2 program, because the reality is there's nowhere outside the national park that you can get the same ecological community. So there is no option but for the scheme to push you towards a financial payment rather than any pretense that there's in fact an environmental improvement being sustained.
Thank you. Ms. Christie, do you have...
Oh, well, just from a high level kind of viewpoint, I have to question why Treasury, what the role of Treasury is in all of this, because clearly in the financial products that are being dealt with in all of this, this is where there's no transparency for us. And the calculator, how this is, these calculators that they use, that the ecologists use, they say they're science-based, but we've heard at the Commonwealth level, previously there was a 2015 FOI, which another group sought, which I saw emails, desperate emails within the Commonwealth Department of the Environment who were being pressed. This was in December of 2011. They were being absolutely hammered and pressed on the eve of Christmas to approve the Commonwealth offsets. And they were saying stuff like, we've got this new calculator, we don't know how to use it, please help, And then subsequently, as history will show, they did rush and approve it early in the following year. And at the state level as well, I have also read some of the other submissions on the actual parliamentary website, where the calculator is also criticised for being not necessarily representing reality, difficult to use, and therefore not leading to sound outcomes.
Thank you, Ms. Christie. Sorry, Mr. Pearson, did you just want to jump in and then quickly before I go to Mr. Field?
Yes, I suppose my question is that if the purpose of the offsets are to not cause any unnecessary harm to the environment, including animals, under the EPBC Act, if an Auditor General were to do an examination, was asked to do an examination by this committee as to whether the offsets actually meet that requirement, what do you think the answer would be?
Is it directing that? Was that to Ms. Woods?
Because I'm just trying to get my head around, we're just trying to grapple with, well, these offsets, they seem to have started with one particular purpose, and now it's become this totally out of control, incomprehensible monster. So I'm just saying, if we were to say, look, Auditor General, can you please do an analysis and examination as to whether the offset scheme is actually meeting the requirement of absolutely minimising harm to flora and fauna?
Yeah, well, I mean, I imagine that one of the key findings, if such a report was done, would be that there is absolutely no data available that would allow anyone to substantiate that harm is not being done. And particularly in the case of wildlife, I mean, most of this system is based on vegetation communities as proxies for biodiversity. And so we're talking about, koalas, region honeyeaters, much more cryptic fauna than that. In many instances, it's not known where they are, how they're behaving, how they're moving through the landscape. And so the vegetation communities are used as a proxy for the presence of those wildlife. And, I just don't think anybody would be able to substantiate any good being done. And I think there would be considerable evidence that there is harm being done, in the sense that there is ongoing habitat loss. And I mean, one example of this is, I often hear in the Hunter region, people having trouble with grey-headed flying foxes moving into suburban parks. And there has been literally thousands of hectares of grey-headed flying fox habitat cleared for coal mines in the Hunter Valley in the last 15 years. Their habitat is vanishing, and the bats have to find somewhere to live. The bats, fortunately, are more mobile and able to do that. But for much more sedentary species, I feel sure that there would be a great deal of harm found by such an inquiry.
Thank you. We might move to questions by Mr. Justin Field.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the three of you for your detailed submissions and attendance today. I'd like to talk about what we should do about the problems that you've highlighted. Ms. Woods, your submission points to an absence of sort of some red lines, some lines in the sand here. I want to get a sense, and I might just point to the New South Wales Farmers Association submission, where they suggests that loss of biodiversity due to land management can be beneficially offset through a combination of social and economic regional benefits as well as strategic environmental protection. And the Minerals Council say that the offset credits schemes never matured and the type and quantity required for mining are just not available on the market. All of that suggests that perhaps we've gone too far and there should be some red lines. I'd like you to comment on where you think those red lines should be.
Thank you. Well, I guess, as a preliminary remark, ever since offsetting was sort of first introduced in New South Wales, 20 years ago or so, the environmental agencies, they've been called different things over that time, have always been attempting to get the notion of red lines, recognised in the scheme, and have been beaten back time and time again in that attempt. So, originally under the biobanking scheme, they were called red light. Once upon a time, they were called, species that can't withstand further loss. I think there's a term for it in the current one, but the definition of it is so tight that, you have to have sort of critical habitat declared, and there's very little of that being, recognised and gazetted in New South Wales. So as a very fundamental, anything that is listed as critically endangered has to be a red line. I mean, if you're going to have staged endangerment listings between vulnerable, threatened, and critically endangered, then critically endangered has to mean something. It has to mean this species is on the brink of extinction, and if we continue clearing its habitat, it's not going to exist, in a few more decades. And those kinds of remarks are made in the conservation advice for these species, for the region habitat, for the region honeyeater. It's being said now about koalas. It's pretty obvious that that's the case. There are species that everybody knows their habitat continues being cleared. They won't exist anymore at some point in the future. So yeah, critically endangered species should be a red line. But I guess I'm not an ecologist, so I think advice should be sought from someone, with expertise in this. But there are species that are, have suffered substantial loss of their range or substantial loss of their habitat. They may not be, critically endangered listed because the listing process, is administrative, but you can, the fires, for example, wiped out a great deal of habitat for a number of particular species. The problem for New South Wales is that we are not systematically collecting and analysing environmental data, and so we're continually falling behind in our understanding of which species and communities are on the brink of extinction and what processes are driving them there. There is an anecdotal understanding because we're watching it occur, but in terms of a robust way of developing where the red lines are, we really need the data as the first instance. I guess I would also just say the like-for-like principle has also been removed from the biodiversity offset scheme. It only exists now for critically endangered entities and Commonwealth listed species, and so you're getting a system where certain entities are being lost again and again and again and offset by things that are completely different. So Warkworth Sands woodland, for example, in the Hunter, which only exists in the Hunter region, 15% of its remaining extent was cleared for one coal mining project, and its offset was a critically endangered orchid, a completely unrelated entity in another part of the region. And so I think that practice also needs to be stopped.
Thank you. Now, I'm sorry, we've got very limited time. Ms. Christie and Mr. Dunnett, if you want to provide any comments on notice to that question of where those red lines should be, that would be good. I've got one more, and I have to pick. Mr. Dunnett, I'm just looking at MPA's submission. I asked a question earlier of some other witnesses about the BCT. It's failed to acquit many of the offset obligations that it's taken on for development. You suggest in your submission that they should be required to do so within a very short period of time of taking them on. I think it was 6 months. They've currently got a 5-year net sort of turnaround time. I just wonder if you could expand on your concerns about that particular aspect of the BCT's operations.
Yeah, look, it really goes to the heart of the like-for-like process, and there is no substantive gain unless we are actually conserving the communities and the species that are to be impacted by a proposal. And I think we had some examples from the coal mining arena just earlier about how that can play out over decades. It isn't actually doing its job unless there is a short duration established for the process of actually securing those offsets. Our strong preference is that we don't actually have the that whole notional securing an outcome process that's currently embedded in the BCT, whether it's through the financial mechanisms or whether it's through future purchases. But the scheme is as we've got it at the moment, unfortunately. So we're making our comments in the constraints of the current arrangement.
Okay, fair enough. I might just ask one more about that. It seems to me that what they have acquitted so far, I think about 20% of the offset obligations that they've taken on over the life of the scheme, they've acquitted. All of them have been like for like, is my understanding. I suspect that's getting harder now, and we're going to see them have to take advantage of other options that are there. I guess, that goes to the points that the last two have made about like for like. At the end of the day, if we can't do that, do you think that should be a red line more broadly? It's not just about critically endangered, but more broadly, like for like should be the sort of line in the sand.
Look, certainly from my perspective, there's a red line which, I agree with the previous comments, but, there's a fairly obvious red line there which goes to extinction events. And extinction events apply just as meaningfully to threatened ecological communities as they do to individual species. So that like-to-like equivalence, yes, I think it absolutely has to be seen as a red line. If you're going to destroy, that walk with Banksia's community, that is an issue that we need to give an appropriate weight, and we recognise that we should not be taking that step.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to finish on that, then what we're hearing and what we're saying with the biodiversity offset scheme now, and the kind of relaxation of it, if you like, in terms of allowing more and more development to take place with what seems like less and less kind of credible offsets, it's almost like eventually it is just going to facilitate extinction if it keeps going on like this of so many different endangered ecological communities and species. Like, there's no other way, there's no other possibility if brakes aren't put on it and something serious in terms of reform isn't made.
If I could just say, this is already happening. If we look at the approval that's been issued for the Snowy 2 project in Kosciuszko National Park, it anticipates making the stocky Galaxius extinct in the wild. Their mitigation is to take on a captive population. So we have had the New South Wales government signing off on an extinction event at the same time as we've just gone through the whole trauma of the 1920 wildfire event and pushing other species to the brink. So this is happening right now. This isn't a theoretical proposition at all.
Thank you. That's the end of our time. So thank you. I just wanted to thank you very much again for your extensive submissions. I know how many inquiries and committees that you participate in on these really critical issues. And I just want to say it's absolutely appreciated and really does make a difference. And thanks for all your incredible work in this space. You can enjoy your Friday afternoon now, and we will have a 5-minute break and be back at 2:50 with our last witnesses. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much.
Good afternoon to you all. It's Andrew here from the Secretariat. We're on a short break, but are live and we'll be proceeding in a moment. I'll first check your sound one by one. Ms. Walmsley, can you hear me? All right, I'll move to Ms. Cullen. Ms. Cullen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Ms. Primrose, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Ms.
Yes,
Walmsley,
I
are
can.
you there? Lovely,
Yep,
thank
I
you.
was just unmuting myself.
Okay, thank you. So we are live, so proceeding in a moment. Just have your oath or affirmation ready, please. And you can now mute your microphone and the chair will be back with us in a moment. Thank you. Excuse me, Jan, it's Andrew here from the Secretariat. I just want to make sure that the video that you're streaming on your computer, if you can just turn off the sound there so we don't get any feedback.
Yes, I've just done that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, we're almost about to click over to 2:50, so we'll just get things going and welcome our next witnesses and get everybody sworn in. So welcome, Ms. Walmsley. We'll start with you. If we could get you please to state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, which I understand the Secretariat has sent you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Rachel Walmsley. I'm the Head of Policy and Law Reform at the Environmental Defender's Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cullen, welcome. If you could also do that, please, if you could, sorry, state your name and position, title,
Sure.
and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Yeah. My name is Ishbel Cullen and I'm Policy and Outreach Coordinator for Nature Conservation Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, can I check, do we have Ms. Primrose with us?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Primrose, would you please do the same, state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Certainly. My name is Jan Primrose. I'm the convener of the Better Planning Network. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to short opening statements, which no doubt I think most you will have. So Ms. Walmsley, do you have one for the committee? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Environmental Defender's Office welcomes the opportunity to provide evidence to this important inquiry about biodiversity offsetting in New South Wales. As you probably know, EDO is a national community legal centre, and we specialise in public interest environmental law. And we have a long history of providing legal advice on biodiversity and conservation matters, including on biodiversity offsets in New South Wales over many years. We are a key stakeholder engaged in the biodiversity conservation and land management reforms that led to the introduction of the Biodiversity Offset Scheme under the Biodiversity Conservation Act, and we have continued to engage in the implementation of the BOS. We have serious ongoing concerns about the use of biodiversity offsets in New South Wales and the effectiveness of the scheme to halt or reverse the loss of biodiversity. It's critical that the operation of the BOS is considered in the context of the current twin threats of the biodiversity and climate crises. The 2019-20 bushfire season has fundamentally changed the landscape in which the scheme operates. The habitat of more than 293 threatened animals and 680 threatened plants has been impacted. Our threatened species lists continue to grow rather than recover. Climate change is reducing resilience and exacerbating these threats. In this context, it's clear that the policy settings underpinning the BOS do not align with best practice science-based biodiversity offsetting. They permit an inappropriate level of variation and discretion, and they do not adopt the ecologically necessary limits to prevent extinctions, for example, red flags. We've come to a point in New South Wales where everything is amenable to offsetting. The current scheme settings, therefore, will not deliver the intended biodiversity outcomes, including to conserve biodiversity and maintain the diversity and quality of ecosystems. We refer the committee to our submission that identifies critical problems, including that there is no clear and objective requirement to improve biodiversity outcomes. Like-for-like offsetting requirements and variation rules have been relaxed to such an extent that they lack ecological credibility, and the objective of no net loss is unlikely to be delivered. Biodiversity conservation measures are allowed in lieu of genuine direct offsets. Payments can be made into the Biodiversity Conservation Fund in lieu of securing offsets. This puts a great onus on the trust to be able to find an offset credit without actually stopping to check if such a relevant credit can actually be found. Mine rehabilitation in the distant future is allowed in lieu of genuine offsets at the time of the approval or impact. Credit requirements can be discounted based on non-ecological considerations. Credit pricing is not aimed at achieving biodiversity outcomes and does not factor in scarcity or stochastic events. Turning biodiversity into a tradable commodity without a comprehensive system of red flags simply puts a price on extinction. Offsetting under the native vegetation laws via set-asides is virtually unregulated. The offset standards don't meet Commonwealth offset standards for accreditation. And finally, there's no comprehensive register of offsets in New South Wales. We make 16 recommendations for strengthening the BOS to ensure that it aligns with best practice science-based offsetting principles and delivers improved biodiversity outcomes for New South Wales. Our overarching recommendation is that significant reform of the scheme is needed to increase effectiveness in halting or reversing the loss of biodiversity values. Given the significant challenges in achieving genuine biodiversity outcomes through offsetting, it should only be allowed in really clear limited circumstances in line with best practice science-based principles. To recap for the committee quickly, these principles are: biodiversity offsets must only be used as a last resort after consideration of alternatives to avoid, minimise or mitigate impacts. Offsets must be like for like. Legislation and policy should set clear limits on the use of offsets. Indirect offsets must be strictly limited. Offsets must achieve benefits in perpetuity and must be designed to improve biodiversity outcomes. They must be additional, and offsets arrangements must be legally enforceable. Finally, offset frameworks should build in mechanisms to respond to climate change and stochastic events. This inquiry provides an important opportunity to deeply interrogate the BOS and the use of biodiversity offsets in New South Wales, and to recommend key reforms that would address fundamental deficiencies that are undermining the ability of the scheme and the Act to deliver improved biodiversity outcomes for New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walmsley. Ms. Cullen, do you have a statement for the committee as well?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. So biodiversity in New South Wales is in steady decline. Despite this, in 2016, the New South Wales government introduced reforms that dramatically deregulated native vegetation management. Since these excessively permissive laws were introduced, rates of annual vegetation clearing have approximately doubled. The Biodiversity Offset Scheme sits in the Land Management and Biodiversity Conservation Framework as an enabling mechanism for habitat destruction. For those areas where important native vegetation is afforded some protection, the BOS provides a pathway to clearing, even for the most threatened species and ecological communities. Almost nothing is safe. Too much native vegetation clearing is not captured by the BOS. For clearing that is captured by the BOS, accessible avenues exist to avoid best practice offsetting. The design of the current BOS does not meet best practice principles for biodiversity offsetting. New South Wales has seen several iterations of the Biodiversity Offset Scheme over the last 20 years. In its design, the BOS is the weakest and most flexible scheme so far. These design flaws are outlined in our and many of the other submissions to this inquiry. If with best practice design and implementation, research shows biodiversity outcomes can still be far from certain. Across the world, biodiversity offsetting is widely applied, but its effectiveness is rarely assessed after implementation. Studies that are available show that offsets often fail. There is not enough public information about the operation and, more importantly, the ecological outcomes of the Biodiversity Offset Scheme. The system is not transparent and does not enjoy public confidence. We are grateful to the committee for shining a light on this important issue, and we're also really pleased that the Audit Office has begun to investigate the BOS. We are reaching ecological tipping points and must change course. The current system only stops destruction if it is likely to issue the final blow and push a species or ecosystem to extinction. Even then, there are avenues that can legally commit activity likely to cause extinction. We must identify what areas, species and ecological communities are too important to lose and designate absolute protection. Offsetting should only be used as a last resort. Where biodiversity offsetting is used, the scheme design must be best practice, transparent and include regular evaluations of ecological outcomes and cumulative impacts. The New South Wales Government is failing to protect our shared natural heritage. Instead, it leaves a legacy of destruction. In doing this, it fails the vast majority of its citizens who want to see nature thrive in our state. Until integrity across design, implementation and outcomes is achieved, the BOS will struggle to achieve and maintain credibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Ms. Jan Primrose, do you have an opening statement for us?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, committee chair and members. Better Planning Network thanks you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. BPN fully concurs with the observations and recommendations made in both the EDO and the NCC submissions to this inquiry. While EDO and NCC have extensively explained the problems with the integrity of the Biodiversity Offset Scheme in their submissions, BPN has endeavoured to also provide real-life, on-the-ground examples of the outcomes of the application of the BOS within the Sydney Basin. The BPN submission to the inquiry, dated 31 August 2021, addresses the integrity of the BOS with regard to its application and impacts at a strategic scale, using the example of the Growth Centre's Biodiversity Offset Program, and at a landscape scale, using the example of the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan. BPN wishes to table an additional submission document, which is dated October 2021. This additional document addresses the impacts at a local development scale by providing two individual examples of very recent development applications and the impacts of the BOS on the critically endangered ecological communities on the site and the threatened species that inhabit those communities. With this in mind, there may be additional supporting documentation that we can provide on notice if requested by the committee. As Mr. Jenkins said earlier today, assessment at strategic and landscape scale is important, but as our earlier submission shows, that becomes too inflexible. If the integrity of the vegetation degrades from, say, clearing or from bushfires, or if fauna newly inhabits the land, as the koalas are doing in the Greater Macarthur region, or if the vegetation becomes critically endangered, there doesn't seem to be sufficient mechanisms to be able to adjust the scheme at a strategic or landscape offset level. And at an individual site level, insufficient measures are being taken to avoid or mitigate impacts. BPN agrees with the earlier speaker, Ms. Christie. It's a very common situation that developers simply don't provide the information necessary on which approvals can be based. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Primrose. We'll kick off with questions. I'll just begin with a couple, and then we'll try to understand Mr. Ben Franklin has a couple from the government. So I'll start with you. Ms. Walmsley. Today in The Guardian, there is a story about offsets used for mine rehabilitation, which is quite shocking, really. You're quoted in that, and you say that the idea that in 40 years' time, a void could be rehabilitated to a functioning ecosystem that is somehow an offset for habitat destruction that is happening now is farcical. You continue and say offsetting is a tool that is facilitating decline and extinction, and that's why it needs to be critically reviewed, because it's losing its scientific credibility. So the biodiversity offset scheme is losing its scientific credibility. Did you want to expand on those statements?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Certainly in the context of mine rehabilitation offsets, that's a prime example of where the current scheme has just gone too far and gone beyond the bounds of ecological credibility. Because what we're talking about with the mine offsets is a mining proponent being able to get an approval based on offsets now, and those offsets might not actually occur or start to deliver outcomes for 40 years. So we're talking about getting credit for something in the distant future. And it's also, there's an assumption that a post-mining site, whether it be a void or a cleared site, that there's an assumption it will be able to be restored. And that's critically overestimating the ability for restoration. Rather than an intact soil profile and soil microbiome, a mine rehabilitation will require a completely recreated ecosystem. As such, it can't be expected to respond in the same way as if you're restoring an area with an intact soil structure and microbiome. I mean, the suggestion that recreating an ecological community in this way would meet a like-for-like principle is absolutely inappropriate, because if you think a lot of those plant community types take at least 20 years to restore ecological function. And if you're talking about things like tree hollows, it takes greatly more than 20 years to achieve that ecological equivalence, that ecological function of the ecosystem. So I think mine rehabilitation offsets are really stretching that credibility. And it's also assuming that, 40 years in the future, there will be an agency that's funded and resourced, like the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, that will be able to determine whether offsets are actually delivered, whether they're achieving outcomes. There are so many question marks and hypotheticals. It's a really great example of where the current settings have lost ecological credibility.
Thank you very much. Oh, I've got a couple of questions for you, Ms. Primrose, if I can. In the documents that you tabled to this committee, you revealed in your research that the credits for low condition Sydney turpentine ironbark forest cost more than those for good condition Sydney turpentine ironbark forest. So that's clearly a perverse outcome. How is that possible? Could you explain how that is happening?
Certainly. I'll just run you through that document that has been tabled, just so that you can clearly see the explanation of this. If I could refer the committee to the document tabled today, on page 2 there are 2 tables. The first table shows two separate groups of Sydney turpentine ironbark forest, or STIF as it's known. The first group has the name of the Threatened Ecological Community, or TEC. The second group of STIF is described as not a TEC. Under those two tables, there's a couple of quotes, and the first one refers to low condition PCT 1281. That's the Sydney turpentine ironbark forest. So that first table, which is an excerpt from the New South Wales Government Biodiversity Payment Report, the BOS calculator, for a site at Castle Hill, is separating Sydney turpentine ironbark forest into a threatened ecological community for high condition vegetation and into a not a TCE for low condition vegetation. If I could then refer you to the next page, page 3, it has excerpts from the New South Wales Threatened Species Scientific Committee Final Determination on Sydney Turpentine Ironbark Forest. It's a long-winded name, but anyway. It states that all occurrences of the ecological community, independent of their condition, are covered by the determination, i.e., all occurrences are critically endangered ecological communities which are all TECs. Yet the government's offset credits calculator is inconsistent with that final determination and splits the STIF into two groups, a threatened ecological community and a not a threatened ecological community. But it gets worse. If the committee would go back to page 2, the second table, you can see that the value per credit for the STIF that is a TEC is about $9,000 per ecosystem credit. Yet for the low condition STIF that is not a TEC, the value credit is about $12,000 per ecosystem credit. This is because the price of biodiversity offset credits under the market-based biodiversity offset scheme varies according to the number of credits being traded. This creates an anomaly whereby in cases such as the Sydney turpentine ironbark forest and the blue gum high forest, which is another TEC, because there are fewer good conditions TECs traded than low condition TECs, the price per credit for clearing low condition STIF is higher per credit than for the good condition STIF. In other words, it's actually cheaper to clear good condition Sydney turpentine ironbark forest than it is to clear low condition STIF. That's an anomaly that has to be rectified.
Thank you, Ms. Primrose. That was very clearly explained. Ms. Walmsley, is that an isolated incident? Do you know the answer to that question? And apologies if I'm just coming out of left field with that one. But have you heard that happening with other ecological communities?
We have had quite a lot of feedback on how the pricing is currently working and how there are certainly anomalies in how different credits are being priced. I think one of the fundamental problems is that the focus in making the settings has been on a functioning market and a functioning market rather than the environmental outcomes. So the pricing at the moment actually fails to factor in things like scarcity, because if you think of this logically, the more scarce the ecosystem, it should be the most expensive credit, and that should be sending a message to the market saying this isn't feasible, this project shouldn't go ahead because those are prohibitively expensive credits because they're the last stand of that ecosystem. Given that there's no red lights in the offsetting scheme and everything's amenable to offsets, it's really only the market that's going to set those red lights by things being cost prohibitive. But the policymakers have been so focused on trying to get a floating market, like a buoyant market, that the pricing has been adjusted and it has resulted in different anomalies. EDO has made a supplementary submission on the BCT charge system, and I can provide that to the committee separately if that would assist And that raises some of the issues with pricing and some of the anomalies that have come up.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of time. I'll go to Mr. Franklin now for questions.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, I'd just like to pull back a little bit, and I guess my question is to start with to Ms. Cullen, but if either of the other two witnesses would like to answer, no problem at all. I totally hear what you're saying. I understand the concerns. I get that. But I guess on the other hand, I'm sort of thinking about something like the Georges River Koala Reserve, where because of the structure of, the biodiversity offset scheme, it meant that a lot of money, $84 million, can be invested to plant 100,000 trees. So I see that there's a lot of potential good in this scheme as well. So I guess my question is, if not this, when there will, obviously there's going to be development, if not this, when we're trying to find the balance, then what would we do instead in terms of ensuring that we can protect these things? Is it just we need to get this system right, or do we need to throw it out and do something entirely differently? So I'll start with Ms. Cullen, perhaps.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Well, yeah, noting sort of, our reservations with the principles of offsetting, and I'm sure today you've had sort of a lot of sort of philosophical objection to the idea, but if you accept that it's going to be a feature of our planning system, then you can have a much better biodiversity offset scheme than we currently have, one that has those crucial red lines, and that would actually make the price higher, mean that it would incentivize developments to avoid, before offsetting, and also create incentives to create offsets. And so certainly, as you sort of alluded to, this can be a revenue raising mechanism to actually get the funds to deliver great conservation outcomes, but actually a better design scheme would do that more effectively, as well as protect the things that the threatened ecological communities that are too precious to lose. So I think we're at a fairly, as Rachel explained, we're at a fairly extreme point in terms of the flexibility that's allowed in this system, and there's a lot that could be done to fix it. And the Biodiversity Conservation Trust, to go back to Jan's earlier point and Ms. Fairman's question, they are undertaking consultation at the moment on reviewing the developer charge system, and into that consultation process there was 1,400 submissions, and I'm sure in those submissions a submission report hasn't been published, and those 1,400 submissions haven't been made public, but I'm sure in those there would be many other examples like Jan Primrose's and others of how that is functioning or not functioning.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we've had quite a lot of, we've had some evidence of people basically disagreeing with the entire fundamental concept, right? And saying that this cannot work. Offsets as a concept just does not work. And so I guess that was the issue I was trying to drill down to you. And what I'm hearing you say is, look, we get it. We understand this is going to happen. There will be development, but this system can be improved so much more. And here are the range of things, including red lines and others, that need to be done. Is that fair?
Yes, and I'd be keen to hear Rachel's view too.
Yeah, Rachel. Oh, sorry, Ms. Walmsley, would you like to make a contribution?
Yeah, that's fine. So first off, I would say that offsetting has had many iterations in New South Wales, starting with biobanking, and even before that there were various different tools. Sometimes it was done just one-on-one with a developer, an agreement. Certain developers would buy up a bit of land. There was no kind of methodology or consistency in how it was done. There have been various iterations trying to, first of all, to try and get it a bit more, have it underpinned by assessment methodologies and transparencies, and in recognition of the fact that sometimes there are unavoidable impacts and those impacts need to be offset. So if the starting point is, okay, so sometimes development in certain areas is inevitable, sometimes we will need to do an offset, and that can actually mean that certain bush is retained, so it's a positive. That was the starting point, but then offsetting became such a flexible tool that now offsetting is actually the norm. Developers jump through the hierarchy very quickly. Instead of avoiding or mitigating, you go straight to the offsets option now. And not just that, it used to be, okay, you go to the offsets option. Now it's not just that. Now it's you go into the payment option for an indirect offset. If you can't find a direct offset for what you're impacting, there are so many variations now, you can actually just pay money to discharge that obligation. So we've moved so far away from that original principle of saying, yes, sometimes offsets are needed, let's do it properly, to a system whereby it's the norm now to just do an offset. And if you
instead of
can't
being last resort.
Yeah, instead of doing it, doing a like-for-like offset, you can pay money now. We've moved so far away from the basic principles. So yes, there needs to be some kind of mechanism for this to happen for unavoidable impacts, but it needs to be based on the core principles that I outlined in my opening statement. Like, they're the fundamental things that must underpin any offset scheme. And there are things like really good strategic planning where, no-go areas are identified up front that can really give clarity and I think underpin a system so it has that ecological credibility. But we've moved so far away from the principles that we're now in such a flexible system that it is just the norm now for, the cost of the development is you just also throw in some money for an offset that the BCT might have to find at a future date. So we've really departed from those core principles and the core things that should legally underpin an ecologically credible system.
Understood. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair. That's it from me.
Thanks, Mr. Franklin. We'll go to we'll go to Ms. Jackson for questions.
Thanks, Chair. And I don't know if my colleague Ms. Sharp is back. If she is, she just holler out if she has a few questions too. I might just ask you, Ms. Walmsley, first up, in terms of some of those thresholds, some of those threshold questions, say, for example, an issue like last resort or an issue like for like. Who do you think should be making those decisions? Because obviously I agree, they are some pretty important threshold questions. And how can we ensure that the people making a decision about whether or not, for example, this really is a last resort, or whether or not, for example, an offset really is like for like, who should be making those decisions, and how do we ensure that they're properly sort of expertly based in a way?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think a credible system needs to have objective criteria and objective tools for making sure these decisions are made according to the science and the evidence. At the moment, there's way too much discretion and way too much variability built into the system. At the moment, offset considerations can, be discounted on non-ecological grounds. There's so much discretion that we've really moved away from that objectivity. In terms of who makes it, you obviously need accredited assessors to do the first assessment of a development site and offset site. That needs to be done by someone who's obviously qualified and independently accredited. And in terms of the tool they use, if you look back at the tools that New South Wales has experimented with in the past, if you look back at the Native Vegetation Act and the Environmental Outcomes Assessment methodology under that Act, that was a tool that was based on best available science, and it actually, you put in the data and about vegetation clearing. It didn't just assess biodiversity, but it assessed water impacts, salinity impacts, soil, and it came out, it had objective criteria, and it did sometimes say no to a clearing application where the impacts were going to be inappropriate. Sometimes it said no, and that's why there was a backlash from certain elements of the farming community, but it was a robust tool that actually enabled decisions to be made on very clear criteria. We've moved away from that evidence-based tool to a discretionary system now, whereby we have local government decision makers. They're limited a little bit for local developments. If there's a serious and irreversible impact, a local authority may have to refuse it. But for the biggest projects, the state significant projects, there is a lot more discretion. And even if there is a serious or irreversible impact, the decision maker just has to consider that and can go ahead and approve the destruction of that and approve that serious and irreversible impact. So we've really moved away from that objective decision-making criterion. We need to get back to that to make sure that we do have this ecological credibility. And that can be unpopular because the tool may say this is inappropriate, like this clearing will have serious and irreversible impacts. And so that's a red light. And what it means is that project needs to go somewhere else or be redesigned. So it does set the parameters and the red lights, but that's what this system needs.
Follow up to that is, you know, surely it would be very important in that system, and I suppose objectivity delivers this somewhat, but that, you know, the potential for conflicts of interest are avoided, because, you know, as you would know, we have already seen the suggestion that when there is a lot of flexibility and a lot of discretion, you know, you can have situations where, you know, decisions are made that, you know, this offsets this, and that's not only sort of not objective and maybe not scientifically based, but is actually informed by conflicted interests about ownership of those sites and interest in those sites. And so other than you know, principles of objectivity and I suppose perhaps some transparency, you know, how can we really have robustness to ensure that not only are these best scientific principles, which is clearly important, but that also the potential for conflicted interests, financial conflicted interests, are avoided.
May I
that's essential.
put something in there?
Oh, sure. Sorry, Jan.
Go, Jan.
If I may,
yeah,
if I may just add something in there. This is something that Better Planning Network has raised numerous times. There is an inherent conflict of interest where you have the very consultants providing the reports being actually directly engaged by the developers or the mining companies. We've recommended on many occasions that it should be a roster system, which would be very easy to implement. The registered environmental assessment practitioners, the new REAP scheme, they're all going to be registered with the department. It will be very, very simple for it just to be a rotating system whereby the next development that comes up, the next ecological consultant is appointed. The response we got back from DPI on that when we did raise that at a meeting was that it would be too complex to apply. Personally, I think that's a bit absurd. Even the then RTA used to be able to have a successful system of being able to allocate people to the next officer. So I think even if it was just a paper list that you got a monkey to tick off a name, I think that is the key that is going to stop that vested interest by making it completely independent and taking it away from the consultants being engaged by the developer.
Thank you, Ms. Primrose. Ms. Walmsley, were you going to say something then as well to that? No. Rose or Penny, do you have further questions? Ms. Jackson, do you have another question?
Last one, which was just any views, again, probably Ms. Walmsley, to you, but Ms. Cullen or Ms. Primrose should feel free to jump in. Just any suggestions about what system or what framework we might use for legal enforceability. You know, there are obviously a range of different options in terms of, you know, how you might make requirements legally enforceable. And I just wondered if you had anything you might wanted to add on that.
Thanks. There are a couple of mechanisms that would certainly help. As I mentioned, just having a consolidated statewide register of offsets and more transparency about what areas are actually offset areas, and particularly where there have been funds directed at them. I think, you know, that's step one in really increasing the information about the existing offsets that we have. I think that's a critical first step. I had a second step that I've momentarily forgotten.
That's okay. We could, while you're thinking about that,
come back to me on.
That's okay. Let's go to Mr. Field, who also has questions while we've still got time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for your detailed submissions and attendance today. I have got a question about the BCT's obligations to acquit offsets and the delay, quite a large delay in that acquittal. Did you have a view on, and really for all three of you, at the moment the BCT I think tries to acquit offset obligations within a net 5-year period. What do you think the time frame should be for them to have had to acquit obligations that they take on? And I note the EDO's submission that you think they should have the right to refuse to take on offset obligations as well. If you could expand on that as well, Ms. Walmsley, that would be very useful.
Yes, we certainly think that the BCT should have the right, if they're being, a proponent is offering or is electing to take the option of providing the BCT money, and then it's the BCT's problem to find the offset. If it's very clear that that offset may not be able to be found, the BCT should be able to say no to that and refuse that option, because it puts the BCT in a very difficult position if they have got funding to do a certain offset and that offset simply cannot be found. And that's going to contribute to a time lag. That's going to add to the time. If the BCT is expending resources on trying to find an offset and there just isn't that viable offset, that's a problem with the system. There should have been a no far earlier on in the system. In terms of how long it should take the BCT to be able to find offsets, I mean, in our view, we would prefer advanced offsets, where if you're going to do this, you need to find the offset before the impact actually happens. Because what we see in practice is approvals being given, particularly to mines, saying, yes, you have a condition that you have to find an offset. That condition is not met because they can't find the offset, and they extend that condition over and over again until it's years later and their mine has happened, the impact is done, and there is still no offset. So putting a defined limit on it, I think it's got to be, it's got to be a much shorter time for the BCT to be able to source it. If they're genuine about finding a like-for-like offset, they should either be able to say no, they should have a shorter period for finding a like-for-like offset. They need some time because it does take some time to locate the properties and locate the credits and actually have those negotiations and work with landholders. So it can't be done instantly, but certainly time frames have to be critically reviewed and examined, because otherwise these offsets will just be forgotten about. And in 5 or 10 years' time, the BCT might invest in some bush out west, which is a great thing for that piece of bush out west, but it's completely unrelated to the impact. There's no nexus. And just quickly back to Ms. Jackson's question before, the second thing I wanted to say about enforceability of offsets, the critical thing is the offset obligations are protected in perpetuity, and legally what that really requires is for them to be on title. It's not enough to say they'll be protected by a SEP or a DCP or under the Local Land Services Act. Those are not protections. What you need legally to protect offsets in perpetuity is for that obligation to be on land title.
And if I might just add to Mr. Field's question, most developments and mines are planned years in advance. The major example that we included in our recently tabled documents, the development was first mooted in 2017. It wasn't finally approved until 2021, and in that 4 years, no steps whatsoever were taken to find any offset for the clearing of 1.85 hectares of blue gum high forest. So what is now going to happen, the clearing is actually going to start in 3 weeks' time. So, and the approval was only a bit over a month ago. So there is not a chance that the developer will have found or the Biodiversity Conservation Trust will have found offsets for 1.85 hectares of blue gum high forest when there's only about 280 in total left in the world. But the process could have started 4 years ago. So having a delay is unnecessary. The developers know right up front what they're going to do, and I think the first suggestion of the credit should be found before the clearing can start is the way to go, because what is going to have to happen on this site that we mentioned in West Pennant Hills is that they're just going to simply pay money. And this is a critically endangered ecological community that they could have found offsets for 4 years ago.
Thank you.
It's almost like Ms. Primrose. Sorry, I just want to. It's almost like the government has set a price for developers to pay to send something to extinction. I mean, this is what we're hearing. This is what this scheme is becoming. Is that your view?
Yes. I don't think it started out as that. In fact, we have early documentation, when I say early, just 2 years ago, from Office of Environment and Heritage in terms of the serious and irreversible impact on things like a critically endangered ecological community, that if there was going to be an SAII, the development couldn't go ahead. But that is no longer the case. So even if there is, and unequivocally, you would have to say that clearing 1.85 hectares of blue gum high forest is going to have an SAII, and in accordance with the principles of the Biodiversity Conservation Act, it does. But yet we're in a situation where the developer's just going to be able to pay money for it.
Thank you. Well,
if I could give Ms. Cullen an opportunity to.
Okay, Catherine does have a question, is all. I just want to make sure that there's time for that. Yeah, Ms. Cullen.
I'll be really quick.
Ms. Cullen, and I'm happy for everyone to take this on notice. I'll just put it on the record. I'm also interested in whether or not the biodiversity stewardship scheme properties, whether we've got good evidence that the auditing and management obligations on landholders are being met. So I'll just flag that I'll put those on notice to the witnesses. But Ms. Cullen, if you've got just a quick comment on my question.
Yeah, sure. Well, definitely, we don't think there should be any time lag, and that's central to our opposition to having a payment option. But very important here also is what proportion of offset obligations are being fulfilled through this payment option overall. And we know that the trend is increasing. So in 2018-19, it was 31, then 75, 104. So an increasing number of offset obligations are being fulfilled through this payment option, but we don't know what proportion of all offsets are being fulfilled through that option. So if it's a very high proportion of overall offsets and there's a 5-year time lag, then that makes that particularly problematic. But if the conditions for being able to pay instead of provide offsets were much narrower, then that time lag might not be as problematic.
I shall put that question to the government. Ms. Cullen,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cusack.
Yes, my question just relates to the language around offsets, because if you're paying money, it's kind of relieving you of making an offset, isn't it? So it's more of a compensation scheme. The term offset implies that there has been a like for like, I guess, and I just wondered if there should be more refinement about the language to make it clear what's going on. And secondly, I suppose just amplifying the comment that was made earlier, is there anything in the system that just stops a development on the basis that it can't be offset and it's irreversible damage? And if we did have a button like that, how would that work? So whoever wants to comment.
In terms of developments actually being stopped through lack of offsets, I think there would be a handful at the local level of Part 4 decisions where it's a local development, if there's a serious and irreversible impact, a decision maker can refuse at the project because there's a serious and irreversible impact. But as I said before, for major projects, and Part 5 projects, there's a lot more discretion now, so there is no red light, and essentially everything is amenable to offsets and to paying the money. So you're exactly right when you're talking about the option of paying money now is not an offset. You're not actually offsetting a particular impact. That is a compensatory payment. It's a trade-off has been done, and we're basically saying, yes, we'll do that approval on the idea that some money will go to conservation somewhere. And I think we all know that, you know, we'd love to see a lot more investment in conservation. We would like to see a lot more resourcing for conservation and a lot more money being able to go to landholders as stewards of biodiversity. That kind of injection and some of the strategic investments in the Biodiversity Conservation Fund are great, but we cannot call them offsets because they're actually not offsetting. And if you go back to the principles of the Act, and the Act saying then it should be no net loss, the biodiversity offset scheme is actually facilitating net loss all the time.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Good answer.
Yeah, and I would just jump in there just to agree. And you know, if the end result here is developers in the city paying money to the BCT, and then 5 years later the BCT makes, you know, a big strategic purchase out west because they have access to these variation rules, then that the government should be explicit about that. That's a, you know, bioethical decision. And yeah, if you're sort of calling it an offset when in practice it's not, then that's problematic.
Thank you, Ms. Cullen. Can I just check whether there are any other questions, any remaining questions, or whether there is just anything from the witnesses that they wish
Hey, do you mind if I ask
Catherine,
another one? Yeah,
of course.
Just in relation to the mining industry, and I mean, this example predates the system we've got at the moment, but I mean, the Laird State Forest and the mine development that occurred out there, a lot of it was, the offset was actually rehabilitation, and the evidence we're now looking at now is that the rehabilitation hasn't kind of worked. And so I just wondered if there was any comment in relation to where that issue fits into, because the mining industry appears to have a different criteria to everybody else in terms of the scale of damage they can do to the environment. So,
Ms. Wormsley, you're nodding on that one?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not an isolated incident. There are a lot of examples where mining approvals are given with conditions either about offsetting or rehabilitation. But if you check in on how those conditions have been met 5-10 years later, often they have not been met. And sometimes one of the other problems is there's actually a lack of monitoring and reporting back on how rehabilitation is going. So I think there's a number of problems around how mining conditions are done in this respect. And I think, as I was talking earlier about the idea of mine rehabilitation offsets in the future counting now, that's an extreme example, but under the current system we've got, there are serious problems with conditions not being met and no action being taken. And in terms of rehabilitation, as I said, the offset system doesn't factor in stochastic events like bushfires or droughts. And if you're talking about rehabilitation, if you're talking about planting seedlings or saplings, in a bushfire comes or a drought comes, you have got no environmental outcome there because there has been an event that has prevented that outcome. Sometimes there's been mismanagement, and the predicted outcomes don't get achieved, and they also don't get audited. So it is good that there are moves to actually look into this. But if you look at some of the work of the Audit Office, the Natural Resources Commission, they've had a look. In terms of, I think I mentioned set-asides under native vegetation laws, there is no auditing of set-asides. Under codes, a landholder might say, oh, well, I will plant something, but there's actually no check-in. Did the seedlings survive? Did they die? Is there any
so sorry, that's why I use Laird as an example, because it's a very fragile environment, and I think they have been spending the money to do the rehabilitation, and it can't be rehabilitated is the problem.
Certain ecosystems actually cannot be rehabilitated. If you look at upland swamps and hanging swamps, the science clearly says these cannot be reconstructed. You cannot reconstruct ecosystems. So again, that's where you need to have red lights and say these certain things are not amenable to offsetting. You need to have insurance buffers in the case of stochastic events that mean rehabilitation doesn't work. There needs to be far more scrutiny and transparency of where that environmental outcomes are actually delivered. At the moment, all the focus is on the market and the trading and the credits, but the focus should be on environmental outcomes.
Sorry, are you saying that like in a development approval, perhaps we should be putting some conditions in around what happens if there's a catastrophic bushfire, is what I'm saying?
We have done that in the past. There have been examples of where for offset things, there have been discounted provisions based on the likelihood of that offset actually working. I think in terms of mining, we used to have a 25% limit because of the great uncertainty of that the rehabilitation and the offset working. So we have used discounting measures in the past, but they're not favoured under the new scheme in terms of flexibility, and we need to bring back those safeguard measures.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Okay, unfortunately, we are out of time, and that is the last session for today. So can I thank our witnesses for this session and for their submissions and for all the work you do protecting nature in the various forms that you do. So thank you very much. That is the end of today's hearing. For anybody that tuned in, we have 2 more hearings in December for this inquiry. So thank you very much. We will end the live stream, and if members could just stay on. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.